Good morning. May I please have your attention? I'll request all our guests to please be seated. We shall be starting with the conference shortly. May I have your attention, please? May I request all our distinguished guests to please have a seat? We will be starting with the conference in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. We will be formally commencing with our conference with the International Insure Impact Conference 2023. I'll again request all our esteemed guests to please be seated. We shall be starting off with the recitation from the Holy Quran. May I again request all our guests to please be seated. Thank you so much. May I request all our guests to please kindly be seated. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. We'll start off the International Insure Impact Conference 2023 with recitation from the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
Thank you so much for being here at the International Insure Impact Conference 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to please raise for the national anthem of Pakistan. Thank you so much. Please. I just had an early announcement. Minister for Revenue, for Finance, Revenue and Economic Affairs, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, would be joining us shortly through an online she will be joining us online for the conference at 9:30 a.m. Before that, I stand before you today with great respect and immense privilege to extend a very warm welcome to every one of you on behalf of our chairman, Mr. Akif Saeed, and Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Amir Khan, as well as the entire SCCP team. It is an honor for us to host you at the International Insure Impact Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Insure Impact Conference for us is very unique. It has been thought out differently by the SCCP team. At the IIC 2023, we shall be unveiling 3 draft reports on the subject of microinsurance, crop and livestock insurance, as well as insurance pool dynamics. And we will also be further publishing our report on the status of motor third-party liability insurance in Pakistan. We at SCCP are eager to learn and would appreciate your feedback on the draft SCCP publications. Without further ado, Since we would be having Dr. Shamshad with us very shortly, may I request for Mr. Amir Khan, Commissioner of Insurance, to have the onset of the conference. And before that, we will also have a video presentation by the HACP for the conference. Thank you so much. Mr. Amir Khan, sir.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Chairman Mr. Akif Said and Asian Development Bank Deputy Country Head, esteemed speakers and foreign delegates who are present here, and all guests, Assalamu alaikum. A very gracious welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. But before I say anything else, I would like to thank Asian Development Bank for their support in concluding this event. My special acknowledgement also for Karandaz and their sponsor FCDO, and to both these organizations for their long-standing pivotal support in shaping the development of Pakistan's financial sector and SACP's key initiatives. And I would also like to thank the Society of Actuaries for their support in undertaking this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, insurance is a critical element of a secure and well-lived life. And it serves as a financial safety net for individuals, businesses, communities, and nations. It serves nations during times of crisis and enables recovery and reconstruction. But I believe truly that there are 5 specific areas where we need to focus on. And if we focus on these 5 areas in a generic sense, then Pakistani insurance sector can be transformed. The first is legal and governance structure. The second is awareness and perception. Third is the need for collaboration. Fourth is embracing technological advancement. And 5 is reforming and rationalizing the taxation burden that the industry faces. Talking first about the legal and governance structure, insurance sector in Pakistan is governed by the Insurance Ordinance of 2000. It was amended last in 2000, but we all know that its history is grounded in 1930s. Similarly, insurance is a subject that has been allocated to Ministry of Commerce under the Rules of Business of 1973. Moreover, provincial ministries, agriculture departments, transport authorities, disaster management authorities, and of course the revenue authorities in the provinces and many others are worthy stakeholders that play a part or have a say in the governance and policy making for insurance sector. This makes the job of governance, development, and policy formulation a challenging task and can be effectively pursued only if the roles are clearly defined and the interagency cooperation and coordination is perfected. With respect to the awareness and perception issue, I think we need to redouble our efforts to get the message across to public. Insurance is a need and not an expense. That's the message that needs to go out. The public understanding of value and utility of insurance needs to be up-tiered. And this will require a close collaboration of all and the wholehearted support from the Ministry of Finance as well. Thirdly is the need for collaboration between insurance with other industries, such as microfinance, banking sector, and asset management sectors, which have a very deep penetration into the masses. The need for this collaboration cannot be overemphasized, and collaboration can revolutionize customer journeys, foster industry innovation, reduce costs, and at the same time expand outreach. Fourthly, embracing technology as an all-in is not a choice, it is a must. It is imperative for the growth of the insurance sector. Technological evolution for the growth of insurance in the modern era cannot afford baby steps. We need to take leapfrog steps and embrace it fully. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the anomalies in taxation for insurance policy holders that seriously hamper the growth of the industry. Levy of provincial sales taxes, federal excise duty on investment-linked and life insurance products, health insurance, I think, in my opinion, hinder the growth of the sector. In addition to provincial sales taxes, insurance policy holders are also burdened with federal insurance fee, excise duty, and it impacts the overall affordability of the product for masses who already are facing high inflation. The taxation authorities must take a holistic view of the taxes imposed on the insurance sector and work towards rationalizing them. Now, moving towards the 5-year plan, a glance at international insurance sector reveals that progress in many countries has stemmed from strategic plans and a clear direction. Countries like Malaysia and Thailand exemplify their insurance strategic plans as the driving force for their progress in those countries. More and more countries are realizing the need for strategic plans. Indonesia has adopted a similar approach with its plan in 2022. One of our neighboring countries has launched, in fact, a 20-year plan, which has 4 5-year segments. In all these plans, one thing is common, and that is the clarity of future direction and commitment to growth. Against this backdrop, it is essential to engage with experts, decision makers, subject matter specialists, and all relevant stakeholders to chart such a future direction for the insurance sector of Pakistan. The insurance policy team has worked tirelessly over the past 8 months and engaged with insurance industry stakeholders through both on-site visits, off-site sessions, and roundtable discussions. This long exercise has resulted in a comprehensive draft plan for the next 5 years for revamping the insurance sector of Pakistan. In the last 5 months, we have also focused on consolidating data streams and engaged in some serious research work. A strategic roadmap based on well-analyzed data has allowed the insurance team at SECP to draft 4 research reports. One has already been published, which deals with the motor third-party liability, and 3 more reports on inclusive insurance, insurance pool dynamics, and crop and livestock insurance will be presented, and we very much look forward to your feedback on the same. Finally, there are 2 more areas of focus for SECP, IFRS and RBC. We have been working on them simultaneously to shift towards a risk-based regime and compliance with international governance standards. Here I would request some of the insurance team members that I'm going to name to please rise up. The policy team led by Wasim Khan and ably guided by Mr. Falak Sher Somro and supported by Shazia Rahman, Talal Usmani, Jibran Pracha, Wazirzada Yasir Almas Khan, Nasir Khan, Usman Mahmood, Sahar Kamal, Sache Dino, and Sophia Bibi. It is their tireless effort that has made this event a reality today. The insurance division has in fact covered a distance of 3 years in a mere 8 months. I am proud of the work that all of you have done, and the Commission is indeed thankful to you for running this marathon. Thank you. Please sit down. As we present the culmination of this extensive effort, I eagerly anticipate a fruitful exchange of knowledge and expertise during this conference. May our collective experience pave the way for a transformative future for the insurance sector of Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are being joined by Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, our Honorable Minister for Finance, Revenue and Economic Affairs. I understand that Dr. Shamshad does not require any sort of introduction since the figure that she has and the work that she has done for Pakistan. We are taking her online, and it might just take a few minutes. So we do have ma'am with us. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. We all know how passionate you are for insurance and how you look towards insurance and the development of the insurance sector in Pakistan. I'll request you to please share words of wisdom with us. Thank you so much for being there.
Okay. I'm trying to fix the technology a bit, if you don't mind. That's it. Okay. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Assalamu alaikum to everybody. Good morning. I'd like to, at the outset, thank the chairperson of the SECP and also all the commissioners, particularly also in Amir Saab, who has been involved, more focused on the insurance sector in the recent days and months, distinguished leaders of the corporate world, and our esteemed guests. I think SECP's initiative to organize International Insure Impact Conference of 2023 is timely and very welcome. The journey to an insured Pakistan is not just a goal, it is a shared vision that we must all collectively embrace and work towards. The insurance industry in this context has a critical role to play in offering a social safety net mechanism for the families, improving the livelihood of small and medium industry and farmers, encouraging building of sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure, and reducing the risk of doing business in Pakistan. Provided liquidity from the insurance sector is effectively deployed, it can encourage development of the capital market so that financial markets are developed in a holistic, coherent, and consistent manner. Integration of both the capital market and the banking sector has always been on the top priority of my communication with the industry. Let me bring out from my side at least 4 perspectives. First, it is important for all of us to recognize that risks are growing, both globally and nationally, and they demand adequate and competitive coverage to people and businesses because they need to have access to social protection, and businesses need to have risk enhancement and mitigation options. In moving forward, Pakistan needs to track and embrace the emerging trends in the insurance sector. There are several reports across the world that have pointed out to the global trends. And the emerging trends, as reported by the EY 2023 Global Outlook Report, underscores that because of, and I quote from the report, widespread macroeconomic uncertainty, technological disruption, and proliferating risks, increasing trust and transparency can help insurers navigate these and other critical challenges, from intensifying competition to increased regulatory scrutiny to rising investor expectations and customers' expectation, I add, for stronger financial results. And I unquote from the EY report. The global insurance industry, as you all know, is undergoing a significant transformation. It's driven by technological advancements, evolving customers' expectations, and the pressing need for sustainable practices. McKinsey estimates that new technologies could add up to $1.1 trillion in annual value for the global insurance industry through improved pricing models, underwriting risk, and AI-powered customer services and personalized offerings. The second point I wanted to underscore is that going forward, Pakistan needs a significant transformation of the insurance industry to address its fundamental challenges while catching up with the global advancements and trends that I outlined to maximize the value proposition of this industry for all of us. In this context, we need to concentrate on lifting the low penetration ratio of the insurance industry. It is a sobering fact that Pakistan's insurance penetration rate stands at below 1%, which places us amongst the lowest in our region and economic counterparts. For reference, neighboring countries like India and Sri Lanka had a penetration ratio of 3.76% and 1.25% respectively. There is need further to enhance competition by offering level playing field for private operators, by, among others, reducing the public domination. Our state-owned giant alone, SLIC, dominates with a market share of around 53%. Now, admittedly, it's on its way to reform itself, but with the age-old practices, it will take us a long time. We don't have time. We should go for privatization as well as getting for FDI investments in the insurance sector. I strongly recommend further that there should be consolidation of the policy, legal, and regulatory framework under one hub, as it is fragmented and involves multiple stakeholders. The low uptake of insurance is a consequence of inadequate awareness, a modest savings rate, and lack of understanding of the benefits of risk management. General perception of insurance as being incompatible with ethical and social values highlights the importance of education and awareness campaigns. Getting a new workforce that can be more ethical, to project and demonstrate insurance as the most suitable mode of social safety net and risk mitigation. Also, under my second point, I feel we need to further dissect the landscape of the insurance sector in Pakistan. It becomes evident that certain critical issues require our immediate attention and collective efforts. So to sum up this point, within the insurance sector, the challenges of low penetration and lack of awareness are in any case a manifestation of the structural rigidities of this sector. These are some of the reasons why we do not see any significant foreign investment in the industry. We could save a lot of money by getting our reinsurance sector to be transformed too. Third point I'd like to mention is that I count on SECP's 5-year strategic plan to set the tone for the future policy, legal, and regulatory landscapes. Incorporating the recommendations of Insurance Industry Reform Committee that I had the privilege to lead with the private sector in 2020 would be a step in the right direction because we spend a lot of time. It would not only be considerate of industry buy-in, but also promote the emerging new global trends that offer promises for people and businesses. Among others, the 2020 Insurance Committee report advocated optimization of reinsurance capacity, implementation of compulsory health and group life insurance, development of crop insurance markets, and adoption of technology-focused regulatory interface, as well as opening up and liberalizing the sector. So mainstreaming the global best practices, the top priorities include cost reduction, especially in light of rising compliance costs and increased regulatory focus. And among others, let me point out to the digitization of the sales force need and more effective use of technology generally. You all know technology is a critical driver for success of both the bottom and the top lines. That is, automating processes can help reduce expenses, while customer experiences and more productive agents can lead to more revenue. I can assure you that when we were doing this report, they were already leaders in this context. These are, some of them were boutique operations, some were limited experiments, but there is potential in Pakistan. Let me, by way of example, share that China leads the way in the adoption of technology, from mobile payment apps to digital media platforms. Chinese consumers are wholeheartedly embracing innovation at astonishing speed. That's true even for life insurance, particularly in mainland China, Thailand, and Australia, where customers prefer digital channels over traditional agencies by significant margins. I brought out Chinese example that China's insurance was a part and parcel of the overall banking sector or a consolidated regulator at one time around mid-90s. And all we did at the Asian Development Bank was to actually disaggregate from the banking, the securities market, regulator and policy, and we also spun off the China Insurance Regulatory Authority. You see now the dividends of this. You need a dedicated hub for insurance sector because it is a different business. I think Pakistan has been requested by ADB and myself at different points in time, including the 2020 report, that let's move forward with this. And I hope that during my short tenure, there is a proposal that comes from Ministry of Commerce and SECP to actually launch an effort to set up such a hub. Let me also go back to the EY 2024 Global Insurance Outlook report, this time the more recent one. It also highlights that trust and transparency have never been more important to the industry's prospects. That's true because of widespread macroeconomic uncertainty, technological disruption, and proliferating risks. In particular, customers should have little doubt that they are getting value for money and that they count on insurers during difficult times. Investors should have transparency around the insurer's strategic priorities, especially relative to ESG. SECP has introduced the guidelines, but it needs to be extended to all segments of the financial markets. We need to understand how performance should be measured against the ESG and the insurance sector, and make sure that the reported information and ethical standards are credible. Regulators need to foster trust and transparency to believe that insurers are good faith partners in addressing critical societal challenges. Regulators, political leaders, individual citizens, investors, and other stakeholders have increasingly looked to industry for support in addressing the complex and urgent challenges faced by countries, communities, and customers around the world. There's no better place for insurers to demonstrate a clear societal purpose than in addressing the huge and still growing savings and protection gaps. New solutions for climate and cyber risks, low income pre retirees, and gig workers can help spark growth for insurers, even as they alleviate pressure on strained public pension systems. Let me touch on my last bullet, which is the fourth one, and place emphasis on disaster risk financing in Pakistan. In a disaster risk prone country like Pakistan, the significance of insurance cannot be overstated. It provides individuals, businesses, and communities with a much needed financial cushion during times of crisis, helping them to recover and rebuild. A robust insurance sector, as you know, serves as a safety net. It serves to foster resilience and stability in our society. The insurance industry plays a critical role in building resilience to climate change and has been a subject of has been a topic during the COP28. By providing insurance coverage for climate-related risks such as floods, droughts, and wildfires, insurers can help individuals and businesses recover from disasters and rebuild their lives. Additionally, insurance companies can work with governments and other stakeholders to develop risk mitigation strategies and invest in infrastructure that can withstand the impacts of climate change. Insurance companies can incorporate ESG factors into their investment decisions. This means investing in companies that promote sustainability and responsible business practices. By directing capital towards green initiatives such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and clean technology, insurance companies can contribute significantly to mitigate environmental impact. Insurance companies can incentivize sustainable behavior through risk-based pricing models and innovative insurance products. For example, offering lower premiums to homeowners who implement energy efficient measures or discounts for businesses that adopt sustainable practices can encourage a shift towards more environmentally conscious behaviors. So let's get back to the journey towards an insured Pakistan. The journey towards an insured Pakistan requires not only the enthusiasm of the private sector players, including insurance companies, insurance brokers, agents, and other intermediaries, but also a strong and vigilant regulator. I commend the role of SECP, even though it doesn't have the policy arm at its level, but as a regulator, it is important and paramount for it to be steering the sector towards sustained and inclusive growth while safeguarding the interest of both policyholders and insurance companies. An efficient regulatory framework inspires, as I said earlier, trust and confidence in the industry, encouraging more individuals and businesses to actively participate in the insurance market. The insurance sector has the power to propel economic growth by channeling funds into productive ventures, contributing to job creation, promoting long-term financial planning among our citizens, and supporting the development of debt and capital markets. As insurance products become more diverse and customized, they can address specific needs and vulnerabilities, ensuring that every Pakistani has access to protection they deserve very much. Going beyond plans, capacity building for industry and regulators, the insurance sector will get geared up and will have an opportunity to lay foundation for objective analysis and supervision, which will lay the foundation for institutionalization of a dedicated, high-class regulator for the insurance sector. The insurance strategy will not only guide policy formation, but also encourage innovation and collaboration across the insurance ecosystem. So let me conclude. I know I have probably thrown some controversial elements in there, but that's what I do if you want me to speak. It will take both the insurance industry and regulator to shape the future of insurance sector in Pakistan. Steadfast commitment and higher penetration of insurance as an integrated part of new social contract and business proposition shall help bolster economic prosperity in our country, but also secure the future of our citizens and nation. As we delve into discussion today, let us collectively harness our expertise to chart a real transformative course for the insurance industry in Pakistan. So I count on SECP's leadership role to continue its engagement with industry players to ensure an open, collaborative environment. I thank you all, and in particular for the regulator, the industry, for giving me an opportunity to share my perspectives. I am really sorry that I couldn't physically be present. It was all planned, but right now we have some constraints because today we have cabinet meeting that has held me back in Islamabad. And also I have to deal with the ECC on an urgent basis. So I apologize that I couldn't come in person, but I count on SECP to continue its engagement with the Ministry of Finance, with industry players to ensure an open and collaborative environment. I thank all the participants for their contributions, even though I shall not be able to benefit from it, but hopefully I will get the feedback from Chairman Saab. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Seva. We really appreciate the words of wisdom that you have shared on us, and we vow before this audience and your good self that we'll continue our journey towards ensure Pakistan, and SECP shall undertake all the efforts that it can do and will go a mile ahead in achieving what we have planned, and we'll take on board all the stakeholders that we have so that we can ensure that at least at the end of these 5 years that we plan, we have a much more robust, a much financially resilient, and a much more insured Pakistan. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I have 10 minutes, so I will stick around to listen
to
whoever is the next speaker.
That would be great, ma'am. That would be great for us. Thank you so much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now request the opening session. For the opening session, Mr. Akif Saeed, the chairman of SECP, to please come on stage and have a seat. May I also request Mr. Amir Khan, Commissioner of Insurance, sir, to please kindly come up and have a seat. May I also request Deputy Country Director of Pakistan for the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Asad Aleem, to sir, please kindly come on stage. May I also kindly request Chairman of our Securities and Exchange Commission Policy Board to please, sir, come on stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, please, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now be moving towards a video presentation which the HCCP has developed for the purposes of this conference. I hope that you will find this video quite interesting for you, and we hope that the promise that we are trying to make here, we are able to achieve it in the due course that we are stating. Thank you so much. The video, please.
Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to be among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The sector needs to be recognized and navigated to meet the future needs of modern Pakistan. The Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan's International Insure Impact Conference is bringing vital insights into the latest global strategies, solutions, and innovations.
Insurance is the best alternative to social security for developing countries. Growth in insurance is needed to make progress towards the government's objective of social security, disaster risk financing, and financial inclusion. I congratulate the Security Exchange Commission for Pakistan for unveiling its 5-year strategic plan.
The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation, and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators, and stakeholders.
The SECP, through its 5-year plan, is attempting to increase insurance penetration in Pakistan. One of the goals of the Insure Impact Conference is to secure stakeholder and industry validation of our plan and gain insight from international experts.
In Pakistan, there are 42 insurance companies with a total premium of Rs 552 billion and 10 million active policies. The SECP's studies suggest that there is still huge potential for growth. SECP's diagnostic study on motor insurance in Pakistan revealed that out of 30 million registered vehicles in Pakistan, only 3% are insured. Less than 8 million people have obtained life insurance out of 241 million population. Out of 8 million farmers, below 10% have obtained crop insurance. Out of 32 million registered properties, less than 500,000 properties are insured. The huge untapped market offers a remarkable opportunity. The industry's structural complexities, limited public awareness, lack of quality human resources, and legal constraints pose challenges. With digital innovation and disruptive technologies concerning life digitally, insurers will have to break away from traditional legacy systems.
Our 5-year strategic plan, developed in close consultation with the insurance industry, is focused on overcoming challenges and to align the sector with international standards by 2028. I'm confident that it will be a game changer for all-encompassing growth and progress of the insurance sector.
5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I request Mr. Akif Saeed, the Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to please deliver his opening address for the conference. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I don't know whether Finance Minister is online or not, but nevertheless, Honorable Finance Minister, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, ADP Deputy Country Head Asad Aleem Saab, fellow commissioners, foreign guests, members of the insurance fraternity, dignitaries, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all to the Insurance Impact Conference hosted by Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. I would especially like to thank those who have traveled a distance to come to Pakistan. Welcome to Pakistan and welcome to Insurance Impact 2023. We are fortunate to have assembled with a wide range of experts, including policymakers, regulators, industry players, members of the academia. All are coming together towards a unified goal of dynamic insurance sector in Pakistan. When I took over charge as chairman of SECP, one of my goal was to reinvigorate the insurance sector, the focus on the insurance sector from the SECP. And here I would like to acknowledge the role played by Amir Khan, the Commissioner, Insurance, along with his team. They have worked tirelessly in terms of developing this plan. And I think the plan is as good as the paper it is written on. The real test would be implementation. I think it's not just the SECP's role for implementation. It's the industry which has to take the ownership and take it forward, something that I'll touch on later on. Despite all the difficulties, I'm pretty confident that a concerted and a collective effort will change the insurance industry landscape in the 5-year plan by implementing it through this support from the government and the role played by the industry. The theme of the conference today, Journey to an Insured Pakistan, is carefully chosen, and as we have devised a comprehensive 5-year strategic plan covering all key areas of this sector. We have been working on the plan for almost 9 months, and it will be unveiling shortly. Now, when I say we have developed a plan, I don't just mean SECP. The we refers to all of you, the marketplace, who have provided valuable insight into the challenges that we face and provided extremely helpful suggestions how to address these challenges. Thank you. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the industry participants who have been actively engaged with us from day one and have been an integral part of the exercise, culminating into a comprehensive 5-year plan. Today, at the outset of the conference, our goal is not only to present the 5-year strategic plan, but also to have a meaningful discussion and dialogue and gather your invaluable feedback. I think for me personally, the motto Ensure Impact Conference, the word 2023 is the most interesting part of it. So that means this is just the first of a series of conferences which we need to hold. So taking the opportunity, I think I announce on behalf of the Commission that I think in 2 years' time, 2.5 years' time, we need to reassemble and assess where we are. And then, of course, by the end of the plan, we again need to meet in terms of not only developing another 5-year plan, but at least also to assess where we have what we have achieved. My strong recommendation to the industry would be each and every player, depending on the field they work in or the size of the company they have to develop and dovetail their own strategic plans spanning over 5 years, keeping this overall industry strategic plan in mind. We are also hopeful that this plan will help in product diversification, introduction of innovative products such as agriculture insurance for non-loany farmers, disaster insurance products, and annuity products for VPS investors and individual retirees, which despite having a growing demand, remain absent from the local market, which is why through the international event, we have gathered experts to cover all the core areas of insurance sectors, including disaster risk and crop insurance, compulsory insurance, taxation issues faced by the insurance sector, policyholder protection, the KAFUL, insurance policy dynamic, governance and international standards, microinsurance, collaboration between technology and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share some personal reflection on the role of insurance can play. The insurance industry in Pakistan has unfortunately remained understated and underrated. As an individual who have been involved in the policy making and governance of capital market during my time at the SECP, I am best placed to testify the significance but unassuming way in which insurance plays a vital role in the wider economy. Internationally, insurance industry has a significant impact on a wide array of personal, commercial, and economic activities. at individual level from accident and health policies that alleviate the financial burden posed by the loss of income and hospitalization to critical illness coverages and provide cash buffer for medical and rehabilitation. Insurance is a handy tool for lifetime financial planning. On a commercial level, insurance products such as business disruption, employees compensation, motor vehicle, property damage, and general liability are indispensable for prudent daily operation. On an economic level, aviation, goods in transit, ships, trade credit lines, and inward reinsurance are powerful ingredients driving the pursuit of active involvement by Pakistan in the dual circulation economic strategy. Another dimension is in the financial sector. Insurance has a well-developed insurance sector has a pool which then can be invested in the long-term infrastructure projects, something which as a country is a need of the hour, and so hopefully with the development of the insurance sector, that need also will be fulfilled through long-term investments. I look forward to the dialogue and discussion that will take place over the course of this conference. Your feedback on the strategic 5-year plan is of utmost importance as we jointly chart this journey to an insured Pakistan. Before parting, I would like to acknowledge our partners in arranging this particular conference, which includes Asian Development Bank, Karandaz, and Societies of Actuaries. We at the SCCP are determined to work closely with the industry stakeholders to realize this vision, to propel economic growth, to cater the rising community aspiration, and ultimately to advance the well-being of the country as well as we all call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akif sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. It's a fact that you would not have been sitting here without the help, assistance of our sponsors, the Asian Development Bank, Karandaz, and the Society of Actuaries. We are thankful to them. And on this behalf, I'd like to request Mr. Asad Aleem, who is the Distinguished Deputy Country Director for Pakistan from the Asian Development Bank. May I request Mr. Asad Aleem Saab to please come on stage and have a few words, sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see many luminaries attending the conference today. I'm not sure Finance Minister is still there. Anyway, Honorable Finance Minister, Chairman SCCP, worthy commissioners, industry professionals, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. As one of the largest development partners of the Government of Pakistan, ADB is pleased to support SCCP in organizing this conference. Since 1990s, ADB has assisted forming the basic foundations of financial architecture and markets with policy-based loans in the amount of $1.6 billion to Pakistan. That has underpinned establishment of SECP, transforming to a new regulatory regime and supporting evolution of capital markets. It goes without saying that insurance sector is critical in building resilience and supporting the sustainable growth in Pakistan. However, the sector footprint is only 5% of the total financial services in terms of the total assets and demonstrates a relatively low contribution to country's economic needs to source long-term finance. Moreover, Pakistan is also among the 10 most vulnerable countries globally, which makes it even more important to have a vibrant insurance sector. Natural hazards and climate change put the country at high risk of losing assets, crops, lives, not to mention, and then accentuated by gender inequality, aging, rural-urban migration, and a weaker community-driven coping mechanism. The 2022 floods last year, the recovery and reconstruction costs were in the amount of $15 billion. Given low insurance penetration in Pakistan, there is an enormous protection deficit, which burdens public budgets, insurers, and people and the governments alike, including the farmers who face production risks and the public who face rising cost of quality healthcare as well as lack of third-party compulsory insurance on the roads. Social safety nets, public insurance schemes, and counter-cyclical financing mechanisms like stabilization funds help in smoothing income are either absent or underdeveloped in Pakistan. If shocks become too frequent and intense, this situation would create sizable implicit contingent liabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, ADB is positioning itself as the climate bank of the Asia and the Pacific, with an ambition to invest over 100 billion US dollars from 2019 to 2030 in climate adaptation and climate resilience. We are also committed to ensuring that at least 75% of our operations, which currently stand about 26 billion US dollars annually and rising up to 36 billion in the next 5 years, support climate action by the end of the decade. The insurance industry is uniquely placed to absorb such climate risks and help develop resilient societies and sustainable growth. From the international experience and the best practice, we learned that regulatory capacity must be strengthened in Pakistan based on IAIS insurance core principles and standards to effectively address threats to financial stability, as well as crowd in offshore investments for product innovation, adoption of technologies, and development of human resource. Besides broadening the perimeter of prudential regulations, introducing risk-based capital requirements, they need to advocate financial openness while applying proportionate and risk-based supervision instead of perpetuating compliance-based approaches. Secondly, and the availability of reliable reinsurance protection is critical to the enabling environment in emerging insurance markets like Pakistan. Moreover, if reinsurers can support the provision of full suite of innovative and sustainable insurance products, then the local insurance can leverage their underwriting and modeling expertise. In the absence of reinsurance, insurance tend to limit their overall risk exposure to an acceptable level out of concerns about solvency and the cost of capital. Thirdly, insurance is an effective tool for disaster risk financing, as has been mentioned by my earlier speakers. These solutions can reduce the volatility of fiscal budgets. ADB is developing a regional disaster risk transfer facility for earthquakes, floods, and infectious diseases that will provide immediate financing for emergency relief, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. ADB is also supporting development of NatCat models in Pakistan. By deploying these sophisticated climate and geological risk models, the insurance industry can help determine vulnerabilities. In this way, risk pricing carries crucial market signals. It informs policymakers of their overall preparedness and incentives targeted investment in risk reduction measures. Pooling risks into a diversified portfolio is a core in every insurance business model. By absorbing the shocks, it reduces default rates. It helps firms maintain creditworthiness after disaster events. These risk pools in turn make insurance more affordable for policymakers and investment returns more sustainable for capital providers. Finally, development of credit insurance can help mobilize private capital more efficiently. Insurance needs to be viewed beyond offering protection. Depending on the risk return profiles and liquidity needs, insurance companies and pension funds sitting on large pool of long-term savings can provide alternative funding to complement bank financing. Long-term private capital can be mobilized by wrapping up the investments with insurance technology and performance guarantees, warranties, commercial and political risk insurance. ADB in the Central Asian economies has witnessed that the insurance industry has evolved by dismantling monopolistic structures, state-owned enterprises, and reducing the state ownership while also admitting foreign capital and expertise in the industry and opening markets to cross-border activities. The state has restricted its role to enacting legislation of insurance activities and building supervisory structures. The points highlighted above are to stimulate your thinking, food for thought, and discussion In closing, I wish to reconfirm that ADB will continue supporting the process and believe the engagements over the next 2 days will be productive, candid, and interactive. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Alim Sahab. Thank you very much. May I now request Mr. Mahmood Mandviwala Sahab, who is the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission Policy Board, to please present mementos to the opening speakers of ours, Akif Sahab, Amir Sahab, and Alim Sahab. Please, Mandviwala Sahab, please. Thank you. Mandviwala Sahab, Amir Khan Sahab, please. Asad Ali. For Asad Alim Sahab, sir, please. For Akif Saeed Sahab, please. Akif Sahab, may I please request to please present a shield to Mandviwala Sahab as well, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, please. Thank you. Thank you, Alisha. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, I have been associated with the insurance industry for about 14 years now as the regulator of it, and I see many faces from whom I've learned a lot, and that actually inspires me about this conference is that we are actually able to gather all of you under one roof, and for every one of you who is here, please accept our warmest welcome from each and every one of us from the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Your presence here today signifies a commitment to the advancement and prosperity of the insurance sector in Pakistan, inshallah. We are privileged to have such a distinguished gathering of industry leaders, experts, and visionaries under one roof. And now we have reached to the break of our first session. Thank you for being with us. We would now be breaking for a 30-minute first tea and networking break. Refreshment would be served at the left side as well as on the right side of the hall. Our next session would be on the launch of the SSCP's 5-year strategic plan. And I can assure you that you would not like to miss out on that. So I'll only request all of you to please make sure that you are here back by 10:45 a.m. so that we can start the session again on time. Thank you so much, sir. Please proceed for the tea breaks.
Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to be among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long and businesses. The sector needs to be recognized and navigated to meet the future needs of modern Pakistan. The Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan's International Insure Impact Conference is bringing vital insights into the latest global strategies, solutions, and innovations.
Insurance is the best alternative to social security for developing countries. Growth in insurance is needed to make progress towards the government's objective of social security, disaster risk financing, and financial inclusion. I congratulate the Security Exchange Commission for Pakistan for unveiling its 5-year strategic plan.
The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation, and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators, and stakeholders.
The SECP, through its 5-year plan, is attempting to increase insurance penetration in Pakistan. One of the goals of the Insure Impact Conference is to secure stakeholder and industry validation of our plan and gain insight from international experts.
In Pakistan, there are 42 insurance companies with a total premium of Rs 552 billion and 10 million active policies. The SCCP's studies suggest that there is still huge potential for growth. SCCP's diagnostic study on motor insurance in Pakistan revealed that out of 30 million registered vehicles in Pakistan, only 3% are insured. Less than 8 million people have obtained life insurance out of 241 million population. Out of 8 million farmers, below 10% have obtained crop insurance. Out of 32 million registered properties, less than 500,000 properties are insured. The huge untapped market offers a remarkable opportunity. The industry's structural complexities, limited public awareness, lack of quality human resources, and legal constraints pose challenges. With digital innovation and disruptive technologies concerning life digitally, insurers will have to break away from traditional legacy systems.
Our 5-year strategic plan, developed in close consultation with the insurance industry, is focused on overcoming challenges and to align the sector with international standards by 2028. I'm confident that it will be a game changer for all-encompassing growth and progress of the insurance sector.
5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to be among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The sector needs to be recognized and navigated to meet the future needs of modern Pakistan. The Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan's International Insure Impact Conference is bringing vital insights into the latest global strategies, solutions, and innovations.
Insurance is the best alternative to social security for developing countries. Growth in insurance is needed to make progress towards the government's objective of social security, disaster risk financing, and financial inclusion. I congratulate the Security Exchange Commission for Pakistan for unveiling its 5-year strategic plan.
The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation, and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators, and stakeholders.
The SECP, through its 5-year plan, is attempting to increase insurance penetration in Pakistan. One of the goals of the Insure Impact Conference is to secure stakeholder and industry validation of our plan and gain insight from international experts.
In Pakistan, there are 42 insurance companies with a total premium of Rs 552 billion and 10 million active policies. The SCCP studies suggest that there is still huge potential for growth. SCCP's diagnostic study on motor insurance in Pakistan revealed that out of 30 million registered vehicles in Pakistan, only 3% are insured. Less than 8 million people have obtained life insurance out of 241 million population. Out of 8 million farmers, below 10% have obtained crop insurance. Out of 32 million registered properties, less than 500,000 properties are insured. The huge untapped market offers a remarkable opportunity. The industry's structural complexities, limited public awareness, lack of quality human resources, and legal constraints pose challenges. With digital innovation and disruptive technologies concerning life digitally, insurers will have to break away from traditional legacy systems.
Our 5-year strategic plan, developed in close consultation with the insurance industry, is focused on overcoming challenges and to align the sector with international standards by 2028. I'm confident that it will be a game changer for all-encompassing growth and progress of the insurance sector.
5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is a home to 240 million aspiring souls. A country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to be among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The sector needs to be recognized and navigated to meet the future needs of modern Pakistan. The Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan's International Insure Impact Conference is bringing vital insights into the latest global strategies, solutions, and innovations.
Insurance is the best alternative to social security for developing countries. Growth in insurance is needed to make progress towards the government's objective of social security, disaster risk financing, and financial inclusion. I congratulate the Security Exchange Commission for Pakistan for unveiling its 5-year strategic plan.
The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation, and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators, and stakeholders.
The SECP, through its 5-year plan, is attempting to increase insurance penetration in Pakistan. One of the goals of the Insure Impact Conference is to secure stakeholder and industry validation of our plan and gain insight from international experts.
In Pakistan, there are 42 insurance companies with a total premium of Rs 552 billion and 10 million active policies. The SECP's studies suggest that there is still huge potential for growth. SECP's diagnostic study on motor insurance in Pakistan revealed that out of 30 million registered vehicles in Pakistan, only 3% are insured. Less than 8 million people have obtained life insurance out of 241 million population. Out of 8 million farmers, below 10% have obtained crop insurance. Out of 32 million registered properties, less than 500,000 properties are insured. The huge untapped market offers a remarkable opportunity. The industry's structural complexities, limited public awareness, lack of quality human resources, and legal constraints pose challenges. With digital innovation and disruptive technologies concerning life digitally, insurers will have to break away from traditional legacy systems.
Our 5-year strategic plan, developed in close consultation with the insurance industry, is focused on overcoming challenges and to align the sector with international standards by 2028. I'm confident that it will be a game changer for all-encompassing growth and progress of the insurance sector.
5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to be among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future.
Respected guests, it's time to reconvene. May I request all of our esteemed guests to please be seated so that we can start with the next session, please. May I request all of our esteemed guests to please be seated. Thank you so much. Sir, please. May I request all of our esteemed guests to please kindly be seated. May I please request all of our guests to kindly be seated so that we can start our new session. Thank you so much. May I please request all of our guests to kindly be seated. Thank you so much. We are about to start our new session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would again request all of you to kindly be seated. Thank you so much. We'll just be starting our new session in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting off our new session, which is the draft strategic direction of the SECP for the insurance sector of Pakistan, I'd firstly like to thank all of our esteemed speakers, presenters, moderators, as well as panelists. Thank you so much. Had it not been the support of you, this event would not have been possible. We really look forward to your candid insights, and we really look forward to learn from your experience and insights. Thank you so much to all the panelists, speakers, moderators, and the presenters. Now, our first session for the conference is Journey to an Insured Pakistan, the launch of SECP's 5-year strategic plan. Now, we have been talking a lot about the strategic plan, and we have been able to disperse it to many of our industry practitioners and industry players as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here to gather the unveiling of a vision that promises to shape the future of our financial landscape. That is the SECP's 5-year strategic plan, which we have titled Journey to an Insured Pakistan. To shed light on the intricacies of this strategic vision, we have a presentation first, which is to be delivered by Mr. Wasim Khan, who is the Director, Head of Department of the Insurance Division at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Mr. Khan has more than 22 years of experience in financial market regulatory framework supervision of financial institutions and risk management at the SECP. He has worked on the development of regulatory framework for collective investment schemes, private equity and venture capital funds, voluntary pension systems, and non-bank microfinance companies. For the previous 3 years, he has been leading the insurance division of the SECP, and it is because of his efforts that we are here in respect of the 5-year strategic plan, as well as the management of the SECP. So without further ado, may I request Sir Wasim to please kindly come on stage and please give his presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Gibran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. In my presentation, I will be covering a brief overview of the SECP 5-year insurance sector strategic plan. We started this journey in early 2023 by internal deliberations and review of all existing reports prepared by different agencies, particularly the Insurance Sector Reforms Committee report prepared by the Madam Shamshad Akhtar and his team. After this internal review, we started first on-site and off-site with the industry experts, and our team visited the different insurance companies. We also conducted an off-site review with some industry experts and other stakeholders. In light of that discussion, we presented the first draft in August 2023 Insurance Roundtable in Karachi, in which CEOs and the board of directors of the company was invited, and we have also presented the draft review there, and we took the input from there. Now we are in December 2023 International Insurance Conference to gather insight from expert, regulator, and subject experts on this draft insurance plan. This slide is a snapshot of the industry. It shows the protection gap. It shows the potential for future growth. I do not repeat the numbers in these slides because a lot of things have been already covered in the insurance conference video. But this slide shows that there's a small existing market, substantial protection gap, but huge potential for growth in crop, in motor insurance, in digital insurance, SME, micro, public property, disaster risk. We have a huge potential market. There's a huge potential gap. Addressing this protection gap presents a broad societal challenge and requires a coordinated response from a wide range of parties. But we hope that this substantial protection gap will incentivize the industry to spur creative solutions to minimize this protection gap. And this 5-year plan is a way in this direction. So keeping with this huge potential, huge gap and huge potential of market growth, we started a journey to insure Pakistan. Our vision covers inclusivity, innovation, and soundness of financial sector. These are 3 pillars. Our mission covers balancing protection of policyholders with industry growth through regulatory excellence. We have tried to balance between industry growth and policy protection. What are the key priorities areas of the 5-year plan? But before going in detail into key priority areas, every country facing substantial protection gap normally faces challenge in 5 broader areas. First is legal and political, which cover the legal and regulatory frameworks, limited political will. Then economical challenge, affordability, budgetary constraints, visibility of business case. These are the broader challenges. Then technical, lack of data, lack of human resource, lack of availability specialized products, the big challenge. Then social, cultural, and psychological, lack of awareness, lack of trust, cultural issues, religious issues. Keeping in these challenges in mind, we have prepared these priorities areas. The first area of the 5-year plan is ease of doing business, in which we will cover rationalization of regulatory returns, rationalization of regulatory approvals, rationalization of regulatory submissions, review of management expense limits. So these are some target area in our 5-year plan on which we will start work. Then legislation modernization, in which the main is the Insurance Ordinance 2000. Then amendment in Motor Third Party Act 1939. The next area is facilitate access to capital and reinsurance. We will encourage listing. We will encourage raising of subordinated debt, raising of insurance-linked securities, ensure availability of reinsurance, particularly re-takaful. We will encourage the new reinsurers and re-takaful operators, public sector capacity building, particularly in the case of reinsurance, efficient reconciliation mechanism between the co-insurance and reinsurance. The next area is policyholder protection and market conduct, in which we are focusing on the standardization of retail policy documents, simplification of illustrative directives, transparent complaint handling, introduction of minimum service standards, implementation of uniform certification for agents, and review of conduct requirements for market intermediaries, including agents, including surveyors, including reinsurers, insurer brokers. The next area is financial stability and risk-based supervision. Implementation of IFRS 17, implementation of risk-based capital regime, risk-based surveillance and risk-based inspection. So these are the main criteria of these. Then innovation, digitalization, and access to data. We will work on regulatory sandbox, launch of motor insurance repository, launch of life insurance policy finder, enhancement of the scope of existing insurance repository, and availability of insurance product through the different digital channels like AMLAC, and open access of data, partly in the context of open insurance. The next area is enhanced scope and implementation of mandatory insurances. The focus area is amendment in Motor Third Party Act 1939 and implementation of Motor Third Party application. And then the next is amendment in labor laws regarding mandatory group life insurance and mandatory group health insurance. The next area is support availability and take-up of takaful, inclusive insurance, disaster and agriculture insurance. We will facilitate the registration of new takaful operator, new digital-only insurer, new micro-only insurers. We will prepare different reports for engagement with the different stakeholders on these targeted areas. We will work on the managing general agent and third-party service provider in the context of micro and inclusive insurance. Facilitates company regarding re-takaful arrangements. The next main area is the advocacy and engagement with stakeholders. As I earlier discussed that the insurance need a collaborative effort between different stakeholders. So we will be having active engagement and advocacy mechanism with different stakeholders, and particularly the taxation issue of the industry. And the next priority area is awareness and image building. We will be focused on increasing awareness through innovative modes, takaful specific awareness, data sharing regarding industry performance, in industry claim management, industry contribution in the macroeconomy. So these were the focus area in which we work on the image building of the industry. Keeping in these criteria, we have set some targets for the next 5 years. Increase the individual life cover greater than 15 million. This doesn't include the small ticket products and credit life insurance products. We have separate session on that. Insurance penetration greater than 1.5%. Share of takaful to increase to 30%. Local retention ratio greater than 60%. Share of digital distribution greater than 5%. Availability of agriculture insurance for non-Lani farmers. Availability of disaster risk insurance product. Availability of annuities, particularly in the case of VPS and other retired individuals. We have some strategic targets. Increase the premium growth to 1.2 trillion. Reduce cost of regulatory compliance. Reduce complaint ratio. Amended insurance ordinance. Complete implementation of IFRS 17 and risk-based capital regime. Settlement of sales tax issues, and digitalize regulatory approvals. These are some relevant publications which are available on the insurance website, which are relevant to this plan. So you can review this and you can get the broader overview of this. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to all parties who have provided very valuable ideas and thoughts in the drafting of the strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wasim sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our power pack panel discussion, which should be ready to critically dissect SECP's 5-year plan And we need to listen it from the industry masters, don't we? With this, I'd like to request the moderator for the panel, Mr. Adnan Afridi. Adnan Afridi Saab has had over 28 years of experience working with on the subjects of change management, business transformation, innovation, and profitability enhancement in blue chip companies, public sector, and high growth situations. Mr. Adnan is currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Investment Trust. May I now request Mr. Javed Ahmed, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Jubilee Life Insurance Company Limited. Javed Saab is a career insurance professional with more than 30 years of experience in the insurance business. I would now like to request Mr. Muhammad Ali Ahmed, who is the MD and Chief Executive Officer of EFU Life Assurance, a very renowned name of our industry. Thank you, Ali, for coming. Then I'd like to introduce Mr. Khalid Hamid, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Insurance Company Limited. Khalid Saab is a chartered insurer from the Chartered Insurance Institute and has senior senior management experience of more than 20 years in private insurance industry. And now I'd like to call Mr. Rizwan Hussain, who is the CEO of Salam Takaful Limited. And joining us online would be Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, who is the Chief Executive Officer of our largest insurer, that is State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. Javed Saab has over 20 years of executive management experience in leading global insurance groups in the United Kingdom and in Asia. So I request the team to please have Shoaib Javed Hussain Saab online. With this, Adnan Saab, all over to you, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think on behalf of SECP, I'd like to welcome all the participants for this panel. Just at the very outset, I think it's unusual for a regulator typically to be giving a strategic plan. That's typically the ambit of an individual company or an industry. So I think I'd like to commend the entire SECP team, led by the commissioner, the chairman, and others for actually having taken this initiative. I think I've been involved on the periphery for some time, and I realize the efforts that have gone into this. However, I think no strategic plan can succeed in a vacuum. And I think a conference such as this and input from this valuable panel is going to be essential for actualizing this plan moving forward. I also would like to request the panelists that I think for this audience in particular, given your extensive experience in the markets here, it would be useful to really get candid views. I think that's what SECP is looking for. I think we are beyond the stage today where we all already appreciate the work that they've put in. But I can assure you that I think what they're looking for is specific and candid input as to how we can actually move forward with this plan, what may be missing. And so with that spirit in mind, I'd like to perhaps, prior to opening it up for questions, perhaps we can have a couple of minutes just going around, and I'll start with Shoaib, who's online. Shoaib, good morning. And Shoaib, as obviously as heading State Life, you are the elephant in the room. So I'll submit to that and request you to just first just give a couple of minutes of overview of where you feel we are in terms of our ecosystem, where we stand, and where we need to go.
Thank you very much, Adnan, for that. You mean everything from Zoom. Having said that, good morning to everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd just like to reiterate what Adnan just said, commend and congratulate CCP on this five strategic plan that it rolled out. It's an excellent initiative, and one must appreciate the efforts that have gone in. Reflecting on it, I think it triggers the main concepts. The insurance industry in Pakistan with a penetration rate of less than 1%, and a market of more than nearly 240 million people. There's a lot of, and I think that's the positive that one should be taking. That's a positive that I took on when I took this role on about 2.5 years ago, as the potential in the market. To support SECP in its endeavors, I think it's very important that Insurance Association of Pakistan plays a positive contributory role, as does the industry of insurers as a whole too. And in this plan, though it talks about all the right things, very briefly, I'd also highlight some of the key aspects that would be very important to ensure the success of this plan. One is distribution. I think that in a market that is underserved, distribution really means reaching out to the population and ensuring that they have the products and solutions in their hand. So accessible distribution channels are very, very important. It's an early industry. That means face-to-face interaction is very important. One must not undermine the importance of agency network, and of course other channels such as franchise channels, broker channels, banker, and digital, of course. But all of these have to grow together. One is not more important than the other, and regulations must facilitate these. The other area is, the plan very correctly points out the importance of innovation in this growth strategy. I think that responsibility comes on the industry, but to facilitate that innovation, there are a couple of things, three things that stand out for me. One is capital requirements. If you look around the world, the director in his opening remarks very correctly pointed out a balance has to be struck. If you look around the world, there are examples of that balance being struck correctly and positively, and where it has also slipped. In a nascent industry, putting in heavy capital requirements will mean investments and capital being locked in, and investors not getting the returns required, policyholders not getting the right returns that they should be. So there is a very important balance to be struck over there. Second aspect is, of course, how heavy regulations can come in, where you want the investments to come in for sandboxing, or better digital solutions, more product innovation. That will mean expenses, and expenses being channeled through. And that should be allowed for if you're looking for an industry to grow, that initial investments should be put in for the right channels and not penalized. Lastly, I think the real threat to the industry and this fantastic plan that the regulators have put forward is the taxation regime. Unlike anywhere else in the world, you see a taxation regime in Pakistan that is contradictory between federal and provincial. I think that's a case that needs to be taken up very seriously. Otherwise, heavy capital requirements and a heavy taxation regime, there is not much for investors to put money into for growth or for policyholders to get the right returns, and that could be very damaging. So for the success of this program, I think it's very important for all stakeholders to become partners in delivering the successes and together addressing the challenges being put on.
Great. Thank you, Shoaib. I think while the points are still fresh in my mind, I think there are two elements which perhaps need to be accentuated. You mentioned the importance of the distribution network, and I agree that for customer acquisition, increasing insurance penetration, that is critical. But I think along with that goes education and literacy, both for the customer side as well as the distributor side. I think we've seen for too long very limited product knowledge on the part of the distributor or the agent, and of course very limited literacy or I guess insurance literacy, I should say, on the part of the recipient. So I would urge the SECP to perhaps also take a look at this more holistically and include it in its plans. That's one. And then two, when you talk about product innovation, I'd also like to look at the other side of it, which is the investment avenues in which insurance companies, particularly annuities, life insurances, retirement plans, are allowed to invest in. I think the regulator perhaps needs to take a look at that to ensure that policyholders over a longer period of time are getting the returns that they deserve by having a full menu of investment options open to the insurance providers. So I think those were the two sort of thoughts that came to my mind while you were speaking. So with that, I'll just go over to the panel, which is here, and in no particular, but I guess I will just start someone closer to me. So Javed, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you, Adnan. I think Shoaib has very comprehensively covered the key elements of the plan. I would like to just re-emphasize upon first the awareness. Industry as a whole, I think regulator has done its job. And it is the job of the industry now to increase awareness of insurance products, improve image of the industry, which I think is critical for the success of the industry. That's one. Distribution channels, yes, of course, especially if we talk about life insurance, the one-to-one, face-to-face distribution plays a very important role. Yes, digital channels are evolving and all the companies are working on those channels, but it will take some time. Second, I think most important part which you just covered is about not just insurance, I would say financial literacy in the country, on which we need to work. And honestly, we are talking to some universities to include insurance as a subject in undergraduate studies. So I think that's an area which will not only improve the overall financial literacy in the country, but will also be a very good source of quality human resource for the industry, which I think is, again, a key to success of the industry in future. If you're talking about exponential growth, you need resources who can contribute to this growth. So these are the two key elements, I think, on which we need to work on. I would just say that with regard to the image, the industry is sitting here. Do we know that the insurance industry as a whole pays about more than 300 billion rupees in claims? We don't highlight this. Yes, everybody highlights the negatives. Nobody talks about positives. And I think that is the area where the industry needs to come together and promote the positives of the industry, that it contributes to the welfare of the people, to the economic development of the country.
Thank you for that, Javed. So over to Mohammed Ali, please.
Thank you. I think most of the points have been adequately covered. I would just like to say that it's a fairly comprehensive plan that has been put together. And the draft also has timelines from 2023 all the way up to 2028. The key, I mean, we've seen in the past many forums being created where reports were generated, industry experts were part of that. But a lot of times those reports actually went into the backdrop and nothing really came out of that. But for the first time, I have this feeling, especially with the SSCP engaging with the industry and taking us into confidence in terms of how they want to move forward in the next 5 years. So I have that confidence, I think, a bit more confidence now that this plan is workable. But then it has to be both sides. Obviously, if the SSCP is looking at us as the industry to help take the insurance penetration rate to 1.5% in the next 5 years, I think it's a big ask. And those key outcomes that were mentioned, we need to be, at least the SSCP and the industry together really need to follow through all those timelines. Otherwise, if the implementation does not happen, then this will be one of those many other plans we've seen in the past. I think for me, apart from what Shoaib and Javed mentioned, the ease of doing business, I think that holds a high importance for me. And over the last few years, we've seen, and we've very sort of had sessions with the regulator to sort of share our point of view that at times the regulations become onerous on us. Now, at one point, we say that we are still a nascent industry, we still need to grow, we want to increase our penetration rate, we are severely underinsured. But on the other side, if we have regulations which sort of create roadblocks, I would say, or I would say not really roadblocks, but slow down our pace of moving forward,
then we would obviously, the two things are sort of going in different directions. Again, I would like to sort of say that SSCP is open to listen to us. Over the last 2-3 years, the kind of feedback we have given, a lot of that has been taken into consideration, and regulations in some parts are being eased. But still, I think in the slide that Wasim presented, ease of doing business was the first point. And I think that is something that together we need to work on. Apart from that, I think all the other points are valid. For me, the key is implementation. And if this plan, I'm sure SSCP has a project plan of the next 5 years with maybe monthly goals in place. It will be useful if SSCP could engage with us more frequently, maybe quarterly or on whatever frequency seems appropriate, so that we can talk to you as SSCP to understand where do you think you've reached in terms of your goals, and you can ask us in terms of what we are doing. What I also see is that the industry should take this as a sort of strategic roadmap for our own selves. So we all, we are towards the end of the year, so I'm sure we all are going through an exercise of planning for the next year or the next 3 years. We are setting our own goals, but in a way, if this roadmap and this 5-year plan has been designed collectively with us and the regulator, we could use that for our own companies. Because if SSCP is saying that by June 2024 something needs to be done, so the industry and our own companies' strategic planning also needs to fall in place accordingly. And I think if that happens, then the efforts of the industry and the regulator will be in sync. And then I think there is a very good chance that whatever we are collectively looking at in the 5-year roadmap, most of that would be achieved. So these were my thoughts on the plan.
Great. Thank you. More specifically, I wanted to ask you, given that I think you also have a background in strategy prior to assuming this current role, the focus for particularly your organization, but I think for others as well, has been on unit-linked products. Do you feel that there is adequate product innovation currently to have to cater to all the retirement needs of our population?
So within our organization, and I'm sure the others as well, we from time to time discuss that, is there life beyond unit linking? So we have that conversation. I'm sure Javed is sitting with me. So we talk about that. Yes, there is life beyond unit linking, but unit linking is a model which inherently does not have issues in it. It's we've talked about customer complaints. We've talked about the image of insurance. So yes, mis-selling happens. We see insurance agents saying something and something else being delivered, but that does not mean that the product in itself has some issues with it. In the last few years, we've seen that the fund performance, the investment fund performance, has not been that great, and that's not just us. It's the whole of Pakistan. We've seen the AMCs not performing well as well. But that is one factor which I would say has been a cause of complaints coming to us and the regulator. But that again does not mean that unit linking has problem. And innovation within unit linking is something that is very much there. If you look at the product range that we are offering, the kind of needs that we are covering, we have the whole spectrum of products. What I feel probably can be done as an additional step is to be more segmental in terms of what we want to do. So we have generic products which can cater to a larger segment, but maybe there is a need to segment the target population that we're looking at and maybe go down to sort of lower level needs of those segments. So higher needs like education, pension, retirement planning, but within that, are there sub-segments that could be catered to? So unit linking can definitely play a role in that. But as the funds start to improve, the performance starts to improve, and we've seen that happening in 2023. Whatever negativity there was over the last few years is slightly sort of going down. And again, the customers seem to be happy. Repeat sales are happening. But having said that, I do believe that obviously medium to long-term savings is one part of it. But efforts need to be done on protection-based products as well. So if you're talking about taking the number of lives insured to 15 million in the next 5 years, mass level product offerings also need to be on the table. Now, those are small ticket products, and obviously the method of selling them is different. technology is used, other partnerships can be done to cater to those segments. But unit linking, I believe, has its role. It's here to stay. I don't think it's going anywhere. But the various other factors around unit linking is what the companies need to look at. But as a model, I don't see any problem with that.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to NICL.
Yes.
So it'd be good to get your perspective, particularly on sort of the non-life insurance
Yes.
sector.
Yes. Thank you very much. First of all, the innovation of products, yes, I agree in life insurance, but we don't see any much innovations in our non-life things. We have all these conventional products. The innovation comes in life sector. Okay, and as far as what Mohammad Ali said, I'll endorse it that we should take this 5-year plan as our plan also, individually, the company, right? He's very well said that whatever relates to us, we should have that as our business plan, and then only we'll be able to achieve that. Although this 1.5% is, I think, a bit vicious in terms of achieving, but we should all struggle for that, and why not? And the best thing about this is that by 2028, SCCP has mentioned the quantitative targets, which I would say KPIs. Their KPIs, and we should also take it as our KPIs and try to achieve on that. The most important thing in this is limited awareness and negative perception of insurance industry. I would say life and non-life as well. कि जी claim नहीं pay करते, right? So we need, as an industry, we need to work on that. Limited awareness. Nobody knows insurance here. Like we said, that only 3% of the population, our vehicles are covered. In general, also, if I ask the audience, how many individual cars are insured here, owned by themselves without any loan, hardly somebody would get up. I, being a second generation insurance person, I've seen insurance from my childhood. So awareness of insurance is very important. And the awareness for that, we have to start from the education. We don't see any courses, any specialization in insurance from any of the top institutes. Like if you talk about IBA and LUMS even, they don't offer any specialized insurance courses, not even single course in the whole MBA session. I'm also representing Pakistan Insurance Institute. I'm the chairman, and the council has elected me the chairman. So one of the targets in SCCP plan is also to energize PII and IAP. So I would talk about PII, that yes, we need to energize it, and we have done it. And I've been talking to Amir also about this. We will discuss to collaborate with the Institute of IFM also. And we have revamped it. We've got the new management. So we have started conducting courses, and again with the Chartered Insurance Institute as well. We had some disconnect in last 2-3 years, so we have connected to that. And one more important thing is the scarce quality HR. That's also very bad, because this insurance, unfortunately, I spent my life in this industry, but this is not a choice profession. People come here by accident. If they like it for some time, they stay back. Otherwise, most of them leave. So we should be, but with public awareness, then it should become a choice profession when we start from the education institutes. And the companies, when I did my associateship of Chartered Insurance Institute in early 90s, we had like hundreds and hundreds of people appearing for those exams. Now I see a declining trend in that. Okay. So as an institute also, we take this mission that we want to promote that and educate people on that. Other thing I would like to emphasize on is a bottleneck of limited information. So that's also an issue as far as non-life industry is concerned, that one insured, when at the renewal date he shifts to another, So we don't have any data. We don't have any data. Although SECP is targeting, I understand that they should have a data bank, and that, we are also working with CDC to have a information sharing system. But to start with, what I would recommend is that with my previous experience in Saudi Arabia, worked with the regulator SAMA, the most strict regulator in the Middle East, that they created a format, a fixed format, which every insurance company has to provide to their insureds at the time of expiry. What is your premium? What was your loss ratio? What is your outstanding premium, outstanding losses and paid losses? So with that data, and signed by the operation head and the compliance head. So that data is seen by the other entrusted insurance company, and if they want to quote on that or whatever. So this is lacking here. So, and you're working on this creating pool data. So this is something which is like you can do urgently. One format, especially on the property side. Motor is okay. Motor, see the rates have gone so low. It's going further low. But the property we need to worry. And for motor insurance also in Saudi Arabia, because I spent my last 11 years in Saudi, so I'll reflect on that. So when I left 3 years earlier, it was like 300,000 death limit for third party. Now it has improved. Now it has gone up to 500,000 riyals, right? Which is like 5 multiplied by 70. And now we are talking about increasing from 20,000 to 500,000. So we need to make it attractive in the sense, but still the problem remains of the legal system, right? There, the legal system is so fast in terms of death or injury, it will decide very quickly. And there are multiple deaths or whatever, we pay claims. So this should be done. And again, capital adequacy, maybe capital, I recommend that we should increase the retention. Currently it is 46%, the target is 60%, but out of that maybe 90% relates to motor. So we should talk about property and engineering, which is like 20% now. It should be like 60% property in this. For that, we have to have this capital enhancement and the capital regime. So retain as much as possible. Outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Rizwan, I mean, if I was to look at Islamic banking, I would think that the Kaful must be selling on its own.
You said candid, huh? So let's hear some candid views, huh? So my apologies to Michael and then Pedro, huh? Because I'll mix Urdu and English both. So I'll brief both of you, at lunchtime, no problem. So first things first, I think Gibran and Wasim साहब रात में मुझसे कह रहे थे कि मैंने कहा मुझे क्या कहना है कल, तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि सर हमारी तारीफ कर दीजिएगा. तो वसीम साहब, Gibran साहब and your team with the support of Hamid साहब and Akif साहब deserve a lot of applause. अदनान साहब से मैं कह रहा था कि ये जो नॉन लाइफ सेक्टर है इसकी रिप्रेजेंटेशन ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए थी, बिकॉज लाइफ वाले छाए हुए हैं यहाँ पे और उन्होंने कहा बिग बॉयज और बट ग्लोबली ट्रस्ट मी नॉन लाइफ इंडस्ट्री, ये जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, हमारे उस्ताद बैठे हैं, एवरीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड ग्लोबली इफ यू सी नॉन लाइफ बिजनेस इज मच मोर देन द लाइफ बिजनेस. Or unfortunately in Pakistan, and why in Pakistan? Because some things which should be mandated are not mandated. And we deal at Salam Takaful a lot of institutions like ADB and Pakistani public sector organizations. We understand public sector's challenges. So I think from supply side, a lot of things have been done, and I don't agree with, to be honest, with my colleagues that there is no innovation. We are the only company in Pakistan who has entered into every sandbox of SECP and have come up with every year new products. So innovation is there. So from supply side, we are more than good to go. So from demand side, we can't create demand. So there has to be some mandated insurance and there has to be some non-mandatory insurance like home insurance or something, or life insurance. Taking back to Asfar Saab last night mentioned China, and with my apologies to Tahir Saab, because I think he was about to quote that thing. In China, Asfar Saab told me that the mandatory insurance is like anything, which is by law you have to do, but which is the insurance which is not mandatory, like home insurance. The penetration rate is around 4%. So you can imagine a superpower, developed country like China has not been able to penetrate with all the awareness, with all the technology and everything. So it's a myth that we don't have awareness. We all have awareness, and I would also disagree that it's a matter of religious beliefs as well, because I used to work with 27 years in conventional insurance and now in Takawul industry. हमारे बहुत सारे उलमा हजरात, आम आदमी को छोड़ दें आप, उलमा हजरात जब उनको शेंजन कंट्री का वीज़ा लेना होता है तो वो उस वक्त they don't see कि ये conventional insurance है या तकाफुल है. They just buy it because they have to go to the Schengen country because it's mandatory. So वसीम साहब said कि 30 million गाड़ियां जो है वो इंश्योर्ड नहीं हैं. तो सरकार को किसने रोका है कि 1000 रुपए पर गाड़ी पे उसको मैंडेटरी करें, टैक्स के साथ उसको क्लब करें? And the insurance sector, the private sector or the public sector is geared up to provide the service. जो वसीम साहब ने की प्रायोरिटी एरियाज दिखाए हैं, बताए हैं, उसमें आई थिंक 2 एरियाज पे अगर हम सिर्फ फोकस कर लें, जो पब्लिक सेक्टर एंगेजमेंट है और जो लीगलाइजेशन है, मॉडर्नाइजेशन है, तो अदरवाइज तो एससीबी इज डूइंग इट्स जॉब. वो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को मॉनिटर भी कर रहा है, मॉडरेट भी कर रहा है, उनकी सर्विस स्टैंडर्ड्स को भी देख रहा है, सॉल्वेंसी भी देख रहा है. तो दे आर ऑलरेडी डूइंग देयर जॉब. देयर इज नथिंग टू डू, आई मीन, एक्सेप्शनली वेल. दे आर ऑलरेडी डूइंग एन एक्सेप्शनल जॉब. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, इफ वी कैन इमेजिन कि 30 मिलियन गाड़ियों का मतलब ये कि 30 बिलियन ऑफ प्रीमियम, 10 मिलियन ट्रेवलिंग करते हैं हमारे यहाँ से, पैसेंजर जाते हैं आउट ऑफ पाकिस्तान. तो इफ यू पुट 1000 रुपए, तो इट्स बिकम्स 10 बिलियन रुपीज. आई मीन, why can't we make it mandatory? Because पूरी दुनिया में mandatory है. I mean, आप यूके जाते हैं, मैं अदनान भाई से कहा, अदनान साहब आप जाते हैं, तो you can't move an inch, and it's all mandatory. It's not putting किसी की जेब पे भारी नहीं पड़ना. 1 लाख रुपए एक एवरेज टिकट आता है आजकल, ट्रैवल टिकट, तो 1000 रुपए किसी की जेब पे भारी नहीं पड़ता. लेकिन हम शायद, सारी बात, प्लान्स बहुत बनते हैं और आई बिलीव कि ये प्लान ही बहुत अच्छा है, बट लेट्स बी कैंडिड अबाउट इट कि नॉन लाइफ इंश्योरेंस में वी कांट मूव एन इंच. अभी आप ने देखा होगा 2-3 साल पहले, 2-3 दिन पहले आग लगी है पिछले 1 महीने में 2-3 कराची की मार्केट्स में. सो हमने एक बड़ी मशहूर हदीस का मफहूम है कि मुसलमान वो है जिसकी ज़बान और हाथ से दूसरे मुसलमान महफूज रहे. तो अगर किसी की गाड़ी या किसी की प्रॉपर्टी को कोई नुकसान किसी और को पहुंचता है, थर्ड पार्टी को, तो हम अपने गिरमान में झांकें कि हमारी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, और हम अपने रिलीजियस बिलीफ्स को लेके आते हैं कि तकाफुल नहीं है और इंश्योरेंस नहीं है. इट डजंट मैटर. अगर आपकी प्रॉपर्टी की वजह से किसी का फ्लैट जल गया ऊपर, आपकी गलती की वजह से, तो उसका कौन जिम्मेदार है? लेकिन हम छुपते हैं पीछे कि नहीं जी ये तो तकाफुल है, इस्लामिक है, अन इस्लामिक है. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, कमिंग बैक टू this 5-year plan, I believe non-life sector can exceed life sector in within no time. It has to. It does. In every country in the world, you see, life penetration is always low. Non-life, I would welcome ADB to come and with the support of SCCP, public sector जो organizations हैं हमारी, public sector government organizations, departments हैं, उनके साथ आपकी ज़रा ज़्यादा सुनते हैं, because ADB की ज़्यादा सुनते हो, SCCP की और शायद public sector, private sector की इतनी नहीं सुनते. So we would welcome your support, Asad bhai. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizwan, and appreciate the candid comments. Shoaib, I'm not sure if you're still online, but if you are, please feel free to. Okay, great. So if you, at any point, feel free to jump in. You've heard your colleagues commenting. Yeah.
I mean, a couple of minutes to ask think every person made great comments. I'll first start with yours, because you made a very pertinent comment on the role of the insurance industry in the capital markets. You spoke about, and I know you're looking after an asset management mutual fund company, but looking at the role that the insurers can play in the wider economy is essential. So I just want to highlight that a little bit. And we've all been around the world. We all take keen interest in how markets develop. Now, I want to just take an example of the European market during the 07-08 credit crisis. We all remember that. There was a massive liquidity strain for all state institutions and the governments themselves. Now, if we just look at it as a case study, what happened then is the European governments reached out to the big insurers in their home countries, because traditionally insurers are a liquid fund manager, they're a liquid capital investor. They hold a lot of the investments, nearly about 80% of the investments in government or corporate bonds, which are considered rather liquid, highly rated. And because there was a liquidity issue, basically the credit crisis was a liquidity issue around the markets, the government approached the insurers, giving them regulatory relief, taxation relief, and whatever else may be, so that they can invest in infrastructure projects within the home economies, so that the circulation of funds and the generation of jobs and all that gets boosted. So when we are sat, and I speak on this on behalf of the insurance industry, that when we sat in large funds, a choice has to be made. Look at where the industry is right now. We say it's nascent, and I think Ali very correctly pointed out we have to decide where we are. Either we're a nascent industry looking to grow at a fast rate, or we are a mature industry which needs heavy regulation. The choice needs to be made. I don't think that choice is understood so far. And when we're looking for that growth, then of course there's going to be limited resources. Where do you invest that capital? Either that capital can be locked in, or the capital can be heavily taxed, which will not allow the industry to grow, which will not allow investment to come into product innovation, or as you correctly pointed out, education of even the sales force and distribution channels. So that choice needs to be made, first and foremost, or understood what choice is being made. And then secondly, understand the very vital and important role the insurance industry as a whole can play in capital markets, in generating jobs, and generating fund circulation within an economy, which boosts the entire GDP as a whole. And we have case studies across Europe that have done this very well. And we should look into it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And where that comes in is, of course, if you look at it, it takes 16 years to implement Solvency II, for example, which was the European regulatory capital metric. And the reason for that was to understand which is the right time to implement it, whether it's treating unit-linked policies, annuities, like you say, etc., correctly. Because if you look at the UK market, the heavy regulations kill the annuity market. You've picked that point a number of times, Adnan, and if you look into the regulations, what's actually happened, the UK annuity market was killed after Solvency II came in. Because longevity risk is not an easy risk to take on. If you want to make your capital requirements heavy, nobody's going to invest in it. And that's that. So that's one thing I want to really put on, that insurers can play a very important role, not just on the protection element, but the capital growth of the entire economy. And working together with the regulator can really help achieve this. The other aspect that we'd like to highlight is we talk about product innovation. Unit-linked is a key product. There's nothing wrong with the product itself. It's a simple product. I think the key really is identifying segments of the market, the needs of the market, and the way I would present this is this: that about 2.5 years ago, when I came to Pakistan, having been in board, strategy sessions, board sessions for large insurers, banks, and elsewhere in the world, one thing that I would always highlight is, statistically speaking, Pakistan will always come up on top as a potential market to invest. However, for other reasons, which we would all know, the choice would be made not to go into Pakistan. When I came into Pakistan, something really struck me, that here's a market of 250 million. with no foreign competition. This is giving me competitive advantage. And by we, or me, I mean the domestic players. It's giving all of us a competitive advantage to serve more than 50 million Pakistanis. Should we choose to? Should we make the effort to create the products that meet their needs, to give them protection as they need and what they actually require? And that's what we started up on. And that was our first strategy piece that we wrote up within State Life, or I wrote up within State Life, that we have to diversify, we have to understand our market segmentation, and we have to understand the need of the policyholders. Now, to service that, in the past 2 years, State Life has created about 25 new products across life and health and the couple. We've diversified from our agency channel. Of course, we're very proud of it. It's an asset for us, but banker, we open digital distribution channels as well. We're looking at corporate agents as well. And over the next year, we plan to launch another 20 products. And these, and everybody should recognize this, that State Life is a state-owned enterprise. It is the largest insurer. It has the largest base, but over the past 2.5 years, it has delivered exceptional growth in its numbers, from new business to premiums and across all segments, life and health, and all other subsections as well. And the key thing is, even if we when we look at the traditional life sector of State Life Insurance, because obviously we've eventually been in life insurance, our growth, when you double click into that, our growth has come from the new products that we've launched. So our traditional product has held its base, but the growth that we're seeing is from the new products that we've launched, which means we've identified a need that wasn't being served in the market before. And once a product is delivered, the market picks it up. And I think that's been fantastic. And by the way, this is something that should be celebrated by all. Maybe 5 years, I think for 5 years ago, the private industry was delivering excellent growth, which is great for the sector as a whole. For the past 2.5 years or 3 years while I've been here, State Life has delivered exceptional growth. And I think this is a success factor that even the regulator should be celebrating, because one of the key successes of the regulator is the marketplace. So on that, again, just to reiterate the 2 key points is, one factor is your product innovation, which will come from the industry, and we are supporting on it. And the other factor that we have is the role the regulator can play as a facilitator and a promoter of innovation. And that balance has to be rigorously thought through. And that's where I'd like to end.
Great. Thank you, Shoaib. Very insightful comments. And particularly, I think the one about insurance playing a role outside, obviously, its own industry as growth capital. I think the key, I've been told that our time is up. I'd just like to draw the regulator's attention, I think, to a couple of key takeaways. I think one is a point which Shoaib and Ali both have made, which is that perhaps us as, well, you as regulators, us as the audience, we tend to confuse the fact that we've had insurance institutions which are as old as the country, so, State Life, Adamjeet, and so on, with the actual situation that our industry is actually very early in its growth path. So I think that's something as a regulator we probably need to recognize and see which parts of the industry are actually mature and need to be treated as such, and which actually need a very different regulatory framework. So I think that's a point to consider. And I think the other one is, which Rizwan made, which is, all of this is great and fine, but it's not going to happen unless the industry and the regulator, which actually in this case happens to be aligned. And in a lot of instances, we don't find that. But we do have this where the regulator is aligned with the industry. We actually now need to go to the third stakeholder, which is the public sector, be it the provincial governments, be it FBR, and we need to continuously go and engage with them to get these key impediments removed. Otherwise, I think we will be, to some extent, spinning wheels. So I think with that, I'd like to again thank our panelists. I wish we had more time. I would have taken questions from the audience, but I'm sure during the lunch break, you will find time to interact. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Javed Sahab, I'll request you to please be seated, sir. May I request Akif Said Sahab, our chairman, to please present the conference memento shields to our dignified panelists and moderators. I'll also request Wasim Khan Sahab to please come on the stage. And Shoaib Sahab, sir, you are listening to us. I guess someone on your behalf, from the State Life Insurance Corporation, may kindly collect your shield. May I request Faisal Mumtaz Saab or maybe Rashid Saab, anyone who can collect the shield on behalf of Shoaib Javed Hussain Saab. Thank you. Wasim Khan. Sir, बैठें, please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all our panelists and all our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Shoaib Saab, for joining us online. It was an honor to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be quickly transitioning to our next session. And that session is something which is being largely talked about globally and is based on climate resilience, climate and disaster risk. So the next session that we have is climate resilience and beyond, disaster risk and crop insurance for sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will try to navigate through the complexities of our changing climate, the profound impact that it has on our food system, and we try to explore innovative solutions. In this session, we are trying to gather here with us visionaries, policymakers, and experts, which are experts and experts in the field of climate resilience, disaster risk management, and crop insurance. Our goal is to unravel the intricate interplay between these elements and understand the relationships that exist between safeguarding our agricultural landscapes and building resilient communities in the face of mounting environmental threats. Starting off the session would be Ms. Shazia Rahman, who is Joint Director at the Insurance Division of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Ms. Shazia Rahman is a chartered accountant by profession and has worked 14 years with leading chartered accountant firms locally and abroad, and is currently associated with the SECP. Ms. Shazia, please, thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gibran. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to present the report, Securing Livelihood, a comprehensive look at crop and livestock insurance in Pakistan. This is a first ever report by SECP on the topic. And in my presentation today, I will give you a quick overview of the key aspects of this report. The purpose of this report is to provide a foundational document that can initiate meaningful discussions and collaborations among the stakeholders. The report provides a thorough overview of the current landscape of agriculture insurance in Pakistan. It highlights the importance of agriculture sector and agriculture insurance. It analyzes the current government-led agriculture insurance schemes in Pakistan. It highlights the opportunities and challenges, and in the end, also provide a way forward for the agriculture insurance in Pakistan. Agriculture sector plays a strategic role in improving availability of food and ensuring food security. This sector has proven globally to reduce poverty more than any other sector in the economy. According to the reports by World Food Organization, the world population is going to reach around 9.2 billion by 2050. That will require increase in the food demand by around 102%. That will eventually require increase in agriculture production by at least 60%. In Pakistan, alarmingly, only 63% of the households are classified as food secure, and out of remaining, 18% are classified as severely food insecure. Agriculture sector contributes 23% to the GDP of Pakistan, 37% in the employment generation. This sector primarily contributes to the livelihoods of 63% of rural population. And in terms of contribution to GDP, the lead is by the livestock sector, which is followed by the crop sector. Agriculture sector is severely impacted by the rise in the global temperature and also the natural disasters. The mean temperature of the country has increased by 0.5% over the last 30 years, and it is believed that a temperature increase of 0.5 to 2%, it can lead to decrease in the crop yield by around 10%. Similarly, the floods in 2020 heavily impacted our agriculture sector, and the losses in the agriculture sector alone was around USD 14 billion. The droughts in Sindh and Balochistan during 1999 and 2002 killed more than 2 million livestock animals. Due to high exposure to natural disaster and the critical issue of food security, agriculture insurance is a must for Pakistan. Crop and livestock insurance, it can protect farmers from the financial repercussions of unpredictable events, and that will help them to continue their operations and maintain their livelihoods. It also contributes to investment in the modern agriculture farming techniques because of the protection it can provide to the cost of investment of the farmers, which will eventually increase the crop yield that will be able to help in the problem of food security. According to the World Bank study conducted, currently agriculture insurance is present in more than 100 countries. And out of these countries, 40% of these have high innovative technology-driven enabled insurance products. This slide gives you a high-level overview of the current landscape of insurance sector of Pakistan. Out of total farmer population of 8.2 million, only 9.5% are currently insured. And the remaining uninsured farmers of 7.4, they are a huge potential for the agriculture insurance market. And the current outreach of this insurance penetration, it is provided by three main insurance schemes led by the government. Two are led by the State Bank of Pakistan and the other one by the government of Punjab. And if we talk about in terms of premium, the contribution of agriculture insurance to the total non-life sector premium is only 2%. SCCP has collected detailed data from the insurance industry since inception to assess and analyze the performance of these government-led insurance schemes. These schemes are playing a very crucial and important role in providing insurance to the agriculture sector, but there is need for improvement and assessment of this scheme. The report has discussed in detail the various challenges faced by the insurance and the scheme overall. For example, price determination, coverage, no claim bonus regime, physical tagging of animal requirement, and the lack of involvement of the whole industry. And the last section of the report talks about the way forward. Acknowledgement of the role of agriculture sector by the policy maker is extremely important. It's need to be included as part of national disaster risk strategy of the country and also the national policy of food security. Report has also discussed about the formation of agriculture insurance pool that can act as a risk aggregator for the insurance and can help to provide affordable, effective agriculture insurance products to the farmers without major government subsidies, and that is financially sustainable in the long run. That is it from my side. Thank you very much and look forward to your feedback on this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shazia. Thank you, really appreciate it. Now we would be moving to our panel discussion on the subject, and I'll be inviting Nathan Rive, who is the moderator for the session and is Senior Climate Change Specialist at the ADB's Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department. Nathan has worked on climate change policy, economics, and science for over 12 years now. We welcome you, Nathan, to Pakistan, and we welcome you as a panelist. Thank you so much for being here with us. Now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Asfar Arshad, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Jubilee General Insurance Company Limited in Pakistan, and has experience of 28 years in the general insurance industry in various operational domains of insurance. I would now like to call our most respectful guest, Ms. Sanam Shanges, who is the Head of Group Department and of Strategy and Development She is responsible for the coordination of departments within insurance and private pension regulation and supervision authority and international relations. She has experience of around 25-year insurance, and she has joined us all the way from Turkey. Thank you so much, Ms. Janan, for being with us here. Online, we have a few panelists online. We have Mr. Musa Alpan Bahar, who is the Project Coordination and Field Management Manager at Turkish Catastrophe Insurance Pool since 2014. He is mainly responsible for NatCat projects and related field. I hope that we have Musa online with us. Yeah, please. And then we are being joined by Mr. Roop Chatterjee. He is a well-known figure on the subject of insurance and development in Pakistan. He is the principal financial sector specialist at the ADB, responsible for leading financial sector development initiatives and providing operational support in financial sector reform and development, regulatory and supervisory oversight, architecture, insurance, pension, financial inclusion, and fintech. And lastly, we have Agrotosh Mukherjee. Agrotosh is with us online, right? So Agrotosh Mukherjee. Agrotosh couldn't unfortunately travel to Pakistan. He just got his visa yesterday. And Agrotosh is the managing director of Risk Shield Insurance Broking Limited, who is working extensively in Africa on the subject of agriculture insurance and microinsurance. So I'll pass it on to the moderator, Nathan, and to all the teams, please.
Thank you very much. And do we now have both the online participants connected?
Can we see the online presenters also?
I'll go ahead. Thank you very much. And on behalf of ADB, again, we really appreciate the opportunity to be here to support this very important conference. And from my side, as a climate change specialist, I never expected to find myself at an insurance conference, to be honest. But what I do appreciate and what I do work on is disaster risk management and resilience. And I do appreciate the high level of attention and opportunity given for a discussion around disaster risk financing, which is no longer a niche, but is very much seen as a fundamental part of our disaster risk management. So ADB's support for disaster risk management in Pakistan has been around from the beginning. We have been conducting our early flood risk management projects way back in the 1970s. And since 2000, we've actually supported Pakistan for around 2 billion in disaster risk management projects. Unfortunately, 70% of that has been in post-flood or post-disaster response. And I say unfortunately because it highlights the supreme risk that Pakistan faces, and it highlights the reactive mode that we have been tended to operate in. Going forward, and I think the 2022 floods really highlighted the need for a change, is to switch to a more proactive and to think more forward-looking in terms of the risks that are faced, particularly exacerbated by climate change. And as we know, disaster risk financing plays a critical role in a comprehensive and optimal disaster risk management for the country. Of course, our first port of call is disaster risk reduction. We obviously do not want these disasters to occur, but we cannot cost-effectively reduce all risks, or we cannot know what all risks may occur in the future. And that's where disaster risk financing plays a role. Uniquely, insurance is an opportunity for the private sector to engage in resilience and adaptation for a country. When we talk about resilience and adaptation, we're usually talking about public goods, and therefore it's usually considered the purview of the government. So given the opportunity for engagement with the private sector, it's an opportunity to, it's a need certainly for us to foster this engagement and support this with necessary reforms, necessary investment climate, and evidence base. So with that, I'll turn to my esteemed panelists. So thank you very much, Asfar and Janan, for joining in person. And I think I'll start with you, if I may, Asfar. So we've been hearing a lot about this term protection gap, and I think it's all very well known. But in this context of disaster risks and disaster risk financing, how do you how do we think about this protection gap, particularly for a country like Pakistan? How do we measure it? How do we assess it? How do we monitor it? And how does it shape our thinking in terms of the optimal forward-looking approach to disaster risk financing?
Yeah, can I hear? Thank you, thank you for the question. Yes, I think we have already heard this word protection gap a number of times since the morning, and I think I'll just give a brief, perspective to the terminology and see what this actually means in the overall frame of things, and basically what impact it has on Pakistan, and basically how we can address those. So, globally, in 2019, there were 400 catastrophic events worldwide. And these resulted in an economic loss of 232 billion. Only 71% of those were insured, which means, we're talking of a protection gap globally of around 70%. Come forward, 2022, last year. Last year again was quite an active year in terms of natural catastrophe, natural calamities event. Pakistan was not safe. We also witnessed one of our worst floods in our history. So the global scale of economic losses as a result of these Nat Cat events in 2022, according to Swiss Re, were 232 billion rupees, $275 billion. And the insured losses were only $125 billion, which means a protection gap of around 55%. This does not mean that from 2019 to 2022, the protection gap globally has been reduced from 70% to 55%. This is not the mean. This basically what it means is, depending on which countries were impacted, every country has a different level of protection gap. For example, there are countries where the insurance penetration is very high and which have a very low protection gap, including Switzerland, including England. The protection gap is around 25 to 30% only. I think Rizwan mentioned something about China. China, despite being the second largest non-life insurance, not only non-life, global insurance player in the world with a premium income of $1.2 trillion US, the protection gap in China, surprising to some, is 95%. Right? So a lot of countries, hover between these very high protection gap exposed countries to countries which are very low. So coming to Pakistan, Nathan, last year, again, we witnessed in one of the worst floods in our country. The economic estimates, according to various sources, I think it was mentioned in the morning as well, was around $15 billion. The consensus is between $15 to $16 billion. I would dare say, if an analysis is made of digging out the insured losses out of this, it will be less than 1%, and much less than 1%. Not something which is very unexpected given the low insurance penetration that we have. Overall 8.85, but in terms of non-life, it's only about 0.3, perhaps slightly less than that. And especially the areas, unfortunately, which were impacted, there the insurance penetration was even much lower. Agri insurance, in the insurance penetration very low. Some of the areas which were impacted, transmission distribution infrastructure, again, very low insurance penetration there. Telecommunication infrastructure, there again, not very high insurance penetration, and households, basically. So again, there we saw in the report, a lot of properties are insured. And looking at it on a holistic level, over the last 20-25 years, if you just look at the three major disasters that Pakistan have had, if you look at the 2005 earthquake, that resulted in economic losses of more than $5 billion. You look at the 2010 floods, again, a very huge area of the country was impacted. Resulted in economic losses around $10 billion, and 2022, another $15 billion. So over the last 25 years, I think Pakistan has had a very severe impact in terms of the economic losses that have been that the government has had to bear. And unfortunately, in most of these incidents, I think the insured losses have been only a very dismal fraction of basically what the actual losses have covered. And the primary reason for that is, you just have to highlight the areas that are involved there, and insurance penetration in those areas have been, close to minimal. How we can address that? I think a lot of challenges have been addressed previously. Well, some talk was made of, in terms of capabilities available, in terms of underwriting skills availability, in terms of reinsurance support availability. I think having experienced in this industry for a while, I will add two more challenges. And the two major challenges that I would add would be intent and the financial, resources. These are the two areas that I will add, and in this exact same, order. Unfortunately, because most of these calamities, the impact on the poorest segment of the society is disproportionately high. Whether it's floods, whether it's earthquake, the lower segment or the poorer segments get impacted the most. And basically, to expect them to come up with a product a protection product, I think that is not viable, and it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. So obviously, a lot of government support needs to happen, and this is basically where we feel that the issue rises. I think the crop insurance report was presented. I remember, I think just a few years back, I think with SCCP, the industry had done a very detailed report in terms of if a national agriculture insurance scheme is launched in Pakistan, what would be the financial implications, what will be the financial impact. And the result was it would be, it will take an estimate of around 22 billion rupees for insuring out of the 8 million households, around 7.5 million farm households which land holding of less than 25 acres would have a basic insurance program available with them at the cost of 22 billion rupees only, and that could be apportioned between provincial government and the central government, because agriculture happens to be a provincial subject. Obviously, that you want me to.
So maybe if we just if you could just wrap up your response.
So basically, that is that these are the sort of figures that we're talking of, and basically, this is where the financial impact comes in. So
Thank you so much. And I think we could come back to some of these points. But what I would like to do, and what I was requested to do, was to come back to the earlier presentation, which we jumped over, unfortunately. So on the line is Mr. Musa Alpan Bahar, who is the project coordination and field management manager for TCIP, who will be giving a small case study on the Turkish catastrophe insurance pool. Mr. Musa, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'll just make a brief presentation about TCIP to view what we have done, how we work. Could you let me to share my presentation? I need to share my presentation online. Is it possible to? I can't share it at the moment.
Mr. Musa, you have the access to share your presentation.
It says I can't. I am. Thank you. I will share it right away. You can see it at the moment. Please try to inform me if you can't see that I am going over.
No, please go ahead. We can see.
Okay. Turkey is a very earthquake-prone country. There are many faults laying over her, and for this reason, we face at least one devastating earthquake in every decade. So we have to be ready for any upcoming earthquake. So TCIP Turkish National Catastrophe Insurance Group is an established following the devastating earthquake happened in the devastating earthquake in 1998 in Izmir. And she was founded, TCI was founded in 2000 following that collapse. TCIP's main objectives are very clear. We try to assure all houses have under coverage for earthquake without payable premium. And we try to ensure the risk sharing within the country so that the financial burden of the state resulting from earthquakes reduces. These are the main objectives for the foundation of PCI. And there are objectives we have, and they are coming all through. TCIP is a public-private partnership model. It's designed as a public-private partnership model. It is directed by the board of directors, which consists of 7 people, 5 from the government side, high-level managers, and 1 from the technical operator, and 1 from the universities. This structure is managed by a technical operator. It is 2 restaurants at the moment, which is an insurance company owned by the government, Ministry of Treasury and Finance, 100%. But it's not a public company. It's not a public government institution. It's a insurance company designed according to Turkish legislation. Turkish Restaurants operates the reinsurance, the fund management, the claims, and public relations activities. But the IT system is managed by the insurance and insurance information and monitoring center, which is also a public and private, it's a public, semi-public institution. So, in this structure, the insurance companies act as and all the branches and agencies act as intermediates, and they just sell and issue the policy of which is called compulsory earthquake insurance policy. It's the only product that we are at the moment, and they take share as a commission from the premium, and they leave everything to TCIP on that side. And Turkish Restaurants, as the managing company, operates the claims and the after-sales operations on behalf of the TCIP. TCIP has also close relations with the governmental institutions like the Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency of Turkey, the General Management of the Land Registry and Industry, also the Ministry of Environment and Environment, Organization and Climate Change. And they are our #1 partner as a contingency management loss and loss resources. I have to state that. And also the General Director of Civil Registration and Citizens provides the TCIP and all insurance companies the address cost for the policies. And the other ones are, as you see on the screen. As I said, we have just one policy at the moment, just one product, which is the compulsory earthquake insurance policy. It's only for earthquake, only for residential buildings, and TCIP is the sole provider of this policy. It's a simple product that, as I said, only for earthquake, and we just did a few information issued policies, and it is accessed, it can be accessed, it can be issued from all channels of insurance in Turkey. And for the post-sale operations, you just need to call 125 and you can get all the information about your policy or the product you want to see. This is our existing earthquake tariff. We have 7 risk groups along Turkey. 2 construction types. One is reinforced concrete and 2 for the others. And we just need a few questions to be answered to issue the policies. The maximum coverage at the moment is 640,000 Turkish liras. And the annual review for 100 square meter reinforced concrete apartment in Istanbul is about 708 liras, which I can say that it is about 20 to 23 US dollars, less than $25, I have to say, at the moment.
Sorry, Mr. Musa, if I could give you 3 minute, if I could just give you 3 minute notice. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just finish it. We are turning into, we will be, because the compulsory national disaster insurance will be online next year. We guess, and as a mission of technology and excellence, we have 2 pillars. One for increasing penetration, and 2 is improving cap management. Cap management is very important for us in order to overcome such earthquakes. So we have a program which is we call cap management program. It consists of several softwares, and we have been working on it for about 10 years, and it is online since 2016. It has several main systems which are connected to each other, and it is very important to manage the field operations and to finalize the claim files through this system. Previously, we had about, for the last 4 years, we had about 4 different earthquakes we faced, and we checked our system by the help of this existing program structure, and finally, when we come to the Kahramanmaraş earthquake operations, we have over 610 claim files we have been informed about, and we have finalized over 95% of it. Only 5% is remaining after about 10 months following the earthquake, and we have paid about 35 million Turkish liras, which is over 1.5 billion US dollars. And we have finalized most of the files, as I said, by the help of this system. I tried to express you previously. What we have learned from Kahramanmaraş earthquakes, we know that we need some more actions to take, like such claims operations cannot be handled with traditional loss adjusting methods. It's not feasible for such devastating portfolios, for such number of files. So it has to be improved. We are working on it, yes, and you can see the steps we will plan to. We are planning to improve our system and methodologies and to handle such high number of claim files in such devastating conflicts. Thank you for your patience. I hope I could give you a highlight about what TCIP is working on. Thank you.
Mr. Musa, thank you very much for that. Just to turn to Ms. Canan, so you are also from Turkey, from the Insurance Private Pension Regulation and Supervision Authority, which, as I understand, is an authority that was only established a few years ago, maybe within the last 5-6 years, if I'm not wrong. We've also heard described that Turkey is a country that has quite a mature and long history with respect to earthquake, disaster risk management, and disaster risk financing. If I could just ask you, in the event of following the event of the February 2023 earthquake, perhaps you could talk a little bit about how your association has responded to this. What were some of the lessons learned, and how do you see this affecting your planning in the coming years?
Thank you very much. I would like to express my gratitude, first of all, for organizing this event and inviting us to this conference. We are quite a new authority, IPRSA, Insurance and Supervision, Insurance and Private Pension Regulation and Supervision Authority, established in 2019, which commenced its operations in 2020. Before that, there was the General Directorate of Insurance and Insurance Supervisory Board, operating separately within the Under-Secretariat of Treasury. Our insurance ecosystem consists of 73 companies, 13 specialized institutions, 42 million policyholders, 16 million individual pension system participants, 5,000 loss adjusters, and our insurance sector accounts for more than 200,000 employees. Turkey is one of the most seismically active regions of the world, being located on multiple large active fault lines. However, the earthquake that occurred in Kahramanmaraş on February the 6th had a vast effect in 11 provinces. There have been 2 consecutive earthquakes in this region. One is in Pazarcık with a 7.7 magnitude, and the other is in Elbistan with 7.6 magnitude. Almost 14 million people are affected in the region, and the surface area is more than 100,000 square kilometers, which is bigger than many European countries. Therefore, these characteristics all prove that this is not just a big earthquake, but rather a catastrophe. The earthquake's impact on the Turkish insurance industry, according to an Aon study, due to claims made by the insurance companies and total economic loss, from the year 1900 to 2023, this earthquake is among the largest 10 catastrophes worldwide. The total economic loss is almost $103 billion, where the insured loss is about $5 billion, which is 4% of the total economic loss. TCIP has demonstrated effectiveness on a national scale, and the sector paid about 610,000 claim files, about, as my colleague Mr. Musa has mentioned, 95% of the claims files are finalized. Also, excluding TCIP, the sector paid a significant portion of the remaining insured loss, and in total, the capital adequacy of the companies are not affected because of the equalization reserves. Also, the insured loss is well reinsured, so that our sector is not very much affected by this event. Actions taken by our authority, we can say that our authority took prompt actions to provide relief for the victims of the earthquake, in order for them not to be without insurance coverage. And in this region, we extended the policy renewal periods and extended the payment periods for those policies. Also, advance payments are made possible for the insurance companies. Advance payments are made possible for the earthquake insurance claim files, which are being evaluated. As the loss adjusters are stretched thin within this incident, we used the evaluation of the Ministry of Urbanization classification in order to make fast payments. These are all I can tell you about this.
Thank you so much. Very good to hear both from you and from Mr. Musa some case studies of an actual and recent significant event. If I may turn then to my colleague Arup Chatterjee, who is online. Arup, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, and very good to see you. Arup is a colleague of mine based in Manila. He's principal private financial sector specialist. And Arup, if I may turn to you, you in fact I believe are the only development partner representative here on the panel. So perhaps I could ask you to highlight some of the ways that ADB has been supporting Pakistan and other developing member countries in the region to scale up resilience through disastrous financing, in particular insurance. And maybe you could just give some examples of some highlights of where that work may be scaled up, or lessons learned from elsewhere that could be brought to Pakistan.
Thanks for Nathan. You're doing a great job, and that shows the inclusive nature of insurance.
Thank you.
We have specialists from all sectors, and that also shows the science is also integrating a lot of other sectors and themes in the subject matter of insurance itself. I'm also happy to see a lot of friends in Pakistan in the audience. I'm unable to leave there, but I'll try to do justice in terms of responding to the questions. And also my fellow panelists, also greetings to you. I will take a little bit broader view in terms of not only insurance, but in terms of where the financial sectors can do in terms of offering solutions, and take a broader view in terms of climate finance itself. And when I see financial services, and link it to climate change in two ways basically. One is the financial services as a tool which can help to build resilience in the face of shocks. Many hundreds of millions of people lack the tools to cope with health and livelihood related challenges. And therefore, we need to look at better access to formal financial services, which includes insurance, savings, loans, to help smoothen consumption in the event of unexpected shocks. So therefore, here in this space, when it is specific to insurance, microinsurance, microfinance, loans to SMEs, especially post-disaster sort of shocks to build back better. These are areas where insurance with the help of private sector can help. The second is financial services can increase the accessibility and affordability in terms of incentivizing the use of cleaner technology, and again reduce the contribution of greenhouse gases. And here, specially designed financial services, again, especially with respect to insurance, also we have some performance guarantee products which can incentivize affordable investments and environmentally friendly practices and lessen environmental damage. And recently we have embarked on an energy savings insurance pilot in Philippines and India to really showcase what the role insurance can play. But again, as I would say, we are just barely scratched the surface. We are still trying to experience and explore the intersection between the climate shocks and financing in terms of not only financial inclusion, but also just transition. The growth of sustainable finance assets across Asia also is another area where ADB is providing a lot of attention. The global market for sustainable finance, according to Global Market Insights, was $4.2 trillion in 2022, and it's projected to grow annually at a compound rate of 22.4% between 2023 and 2032. So ESG assets under management are growing, and this is where life insurance and pension funds also seem to be contributing to climate financing. Of course, banks also have a critical role to play in terms of scaling up finance and investments to address sustainability challenges, but banks have so far been cautious, possibly due to factors ranging from lack of regulation and standards to concerns about payback periods, risk assessment, and customer maturity. So again, we have to look at areas where guarantees and insurance, that means risk sharing and risk transfer instruments and tools can help in ensuring that lending practices thrive in a sustainable lending market. We also see there is a great demand for sustainability-linked loans in the Asia-Pacific region. In 2022, it was close to 124 billion euros, and that is a study by Societe Generale, which was published early this year. And this will exceed more than half of the total investments worldwide in energy transition projects, almost close to 60%. And therefore, we see a lot of support. ADB is supporting a lot of initiatives in terms of updating market loans, green loans, social loans, sustainability linked loans, and also looking at supporting some new range of products like green mortgages to give homeowners a discount on mortgage rates, green loans for green buildings and energy efficient farming, sustainability linked loans, sustainability linked supply chain linked to our trade finance program, and also green loan securitization using our capital market solution. So insurance, as I see, is basically a part of this solution, and along the entire risk management value chain, there would be certain segments where insurance can play a role, and in certain segments where insurance may not be the most optimal solution. So we need to talk to stakeholders, talk to financial institutions, regulators, policymakers to understand where insurance can really provide that value, and that's where more stakeholder dialogue is happening. We work closely with the standard setting bodies, the International Organization for Security Commissions in Madrid, and also the International Association of Insurance Supervisors in Bern. And we are looking at how to collaborate to step up the agenda on climate finance and ensure a orderly and stable growth of the market, and also accelerate our ambitions towards net zero.
Thanks.
Lady.
Thanks, Arup. And appreciate two things from your comment. One is that there's a broader fabric of disaster risk and climate change financing out there that all sort of contributes and links together with broader resilience, which can be in disaster resilience, social resilience, ecosystem resilience. And number two, highlighting the point that when you're looking at disaster risk financing from a risk-layered approach, insurance is only one part of that, and there's a broader picture that needs to be painted around that. If I may turn to our final panelist, Agritosh Mukherjee, who's a consultant from Green Shield. And if I may turn back to some of the more detail-oriented issues around insurance, a couple of the other panelists talked about, including myself, talked about an evidence base and talked about modeling and analytics. When it comes to some of these products like agriculture insurance, Agritosh, maybe you could talk about what is the type of infrastructure that's required in a country like Pakistan, and what are the institutions required to scale up a product such as this?
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Yes, my name is Agritosh Mukherjee. I'm the director of Risk Shield, based in Zambia, and so just in response to your question, I would say can we take a step back and look at the new types of products which are out there, be it for agriculture or be it for animals insurance in general. I've seen over the last decade there's been quite a bit of development of these products naturally. So as of now, there are a range of different types of weather index insurance, which are going on in different countries, in Indonesia as well as in Africa. One of the significant, I would say, milestones over the years has been the increasing use of satellite data. And I think the satellite data sources, satellite data sets, and the accuracy of the data sets have increased over time. But this is also something which needs to be carefully looked at in the sense that there's a lot of satellite data out there, but not all of it is very accurate or relevant for the types of risks we're talking about. But at least there is a lot of data available. So it's important to carry out an assessment of the different satellite data sets. But apart from satellite data, I think a lot of other data sets the types of products are also ongoing. There is been significant development in area yield index insurance in many countries. I'm aware of some initiatives in Pakistan on that as well. There has also been an increasing number of hybrid products which have been going on, which are combining different indices or combining index and indemnity insurance as well in some cases. And last but not least, as what was also been discussed already, flood index has also been there's been quite a few developments on flood index as well, which could also be quite relevant in Pakistan, both using ground data sets like river stations and rainfall gauges, also using satellite data. And then, of course, for livestock as well, there's been quite a bit of developments in terms of the types of livestock insurance products which are out there. But I think in terms of the overall infrastructure, definitely I think more needs to be done from a data perspective as well. So although there is a lot of satellite data available, but what is often not available is studies or research into the accuracy of satellite data. So if, for example, there's an insurance company in this conference that wants to use satellite data for developing new products in Pakistan, I would certainly recommend carrying out an assessment on the scale of satellite data for different regions of Pakistan, for different crops and different farming practices. So that research is generally missing. It's not available generally for most countries, as far as I know. Apart from that, I think also bringing in other institutions, like we talked about the role of banks and microfinance institutions or agribusinesses as aggregators or distribution channels for these types of products. However, what's often missing is actually, again, carrying out that research or that analysis to understand what is the business case for these aggregators to get involved. Yeah, I think as one of the speakers talked about, the very low penetration of these types of products, which is globally. And I think one huge reason for that is if you look at, say, even banks, for example, or microfinance institutions, most of them do not provide these types of climate risks or agricultural insurance products in most countries, apart from cases where it's mandatory for them to provide because of the regulations. So why is that the case? So it's worth looking at, for example, analyzing the credit history or the non-performing loans of financial institutions and correlating that to the types of indices that we are trying to apply. But also from the government's perspective. So I think there's an interesting study going on currently in Bangladesh where there has been a flood index insurance product there going on for the last decade or so in different phases. But the part that is the part of the study now is to look at how this can be used for disaster risk financing. So the government of Bangladesh is actually looking at their cost of flood disaster relief in particular districts and comparing that to the cost of the insurance product and the payouts from the insurance product and so on. So I think these types of analysis really needs to be done. They don't necessarily have to be long research projects as such, but they should be, applied as very, very applied and practical. But they should be done in order to inform policymakers, government, as well as the aggregators as to whether it's a good idea or not, in terms of integrating index insurance or any other types of insurance with their services. Yeah. And maybe last but not least, it's also very important to incorporate, more effective value-add services. So I know this concept has been there with inclusive insurance for a long, long time, but it's not practiced as much as it's spoken of sometimes. So what I mean is, for example, talk about flood index insurance. This should, as much as possible, this should be integrated with flood warnings or with weather advisories or even crop advisories, because I think those types of value-add services makes these, it's a good way of risk management, of course, but it also makes these products more appealing to the end customers. If it's a pure insurance product, they would generally not be that interested in it, but if it's a more holistic risk management package, it makes it more applicable for the customers.
Thanks for that excellent comment at the end, and I think that brings us around nicely full circle to my initial comment at the beginning, where there's a need to combine disaster risk financing with disaster risk reduction, and that's where the early warning system and the insurance comes together for a more optimal solution. So I see on the clock we have 12 minutes. I may stretch it to 15, and we may go to the floor for some question and answer. If there's anybody out there who would like to ask a question to our esteemed panelists, and if there is a mic that they have that's within arm's reach. I see a gentleman here, and there's one there. Okay, so there's one here. I'll take 3 questions. 1, 2, and was there one on the table here? Okay, so you 2, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kazim Saeed. I'm with Pakistan Agricultural Coalition. My question is about the appetite from governments, and perhaps the Turkish experience or other experience from ADB can help us. In my view, the insurance for farmers should be considered a sort of part of social protection from the government point of view. And I think, Nathan, you mentioned this resilience as sort of a public good. So we are at a point where we're just at a minute level of government support just to try insurance out. How have other countries increased the level of government support? What have been the arguments? What has been the experience for countries to go from nearly zero crop insurance premium support for small farmers to a larger number? Thanks.
Thank you. Please. I'll take one more question. This gentleman here, please. If you could just introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm Tahir Ahmed. Just a comment and then a very brief comment and the question. It appears to me from the discussion which has just happened, very enlightening, that the government is perhaps the insurer of the last resort for the disasters or for the protection of the victims of the various catastrophic events, be it natural or man-made. So when we are talking about the Turkish pool for the earthquakes it's a compulsory insurance for I think for the households in Turkey, but I believe a substantial portion of the citizens are still uninsured. They haven't insured their houses and their properties. So perhaps the subsidy or the government's certain tax should pay for the insurance protection of the vulnerable population, as which you pointed out, because that's where the protection gap is the maximum. And it's not possible or even just to think that they'll be able to pay for their protection. So the government has to think about it. They have to move subsidies from various areas. For instance, in agriculture, they give subsidies on fertilizer and water and this and that. A bit of shift of that subsidy to the insurance protection will play a very important role in insuring Pakistan. Thank you.
Thanks. So if I could just request, perhaps from the Turkish perspective, Mr. Musa, did you hear the question? And are you happy to respond on the point around the Turkish subsidy and vulnerable households?
For TCIP, our penetration is about 60% at the moment. So it's quite high according to many countries around the world. And we are trying to reach the 100%, but it's not an easy way to tell the truth. On the other side, our product is quite cheap. As I mentioned, our first objective is that our policy should be an affordable policy. It's less than 5,000 to 25 US dollars. Again, it's about 7,100 Turkish liras, less than 25 US dollars per people per year. It's quite cheap and reachable by anyone that wants that support. Although it's a compulsory policy, we try to keep this as a compulsion from checkpoints. We have some more tools coming up to increase the penetration, but we have not put them in operation yet. But we may be forcing some penalties regarding it. But we don't want to see we don't want people to think that it's a tax. It's an insurance product and should be known and accepted like that. It's not a tax. Yes, there is the government is behind it on most of the point, but it's an insurance product that the insurance is behind it. We have quite a good penetration rate and impression and reinsurance support for our product too.
That's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. And for the initial question around appetite for government, and if I understood it correctly, it's around the appetite for government to integrate insurance into the broader social protection sort of fabric. And Arup, maybe if I could ask you to give some examples of perhaps the way this has been done in other countries in Asia. I'm thinking, say, the Philippines may have some good examples. And perhaps some lessons learned about how this could be incorporated or scaled up in somewhere like Pakistan.
Yeah, thank you for the two excellent questions, and both are quite interrelated. Until now, we find that the humanitarian disaster risk financing system has largely focused on reconstruction and rehabilitation with very little investment on early action and risk reduction, and also climate-related risk reduction, something which Nathan also highlighted in his opening remarks. For every $10 spent on humanitarian response, only $1 is spent on reducing and managing the risk, basically. And however, investing in preparedness rather than relief is recognized also as increasingly important, and that's where the government needs to focus. Of course, insurance is something I'll come to later on. The relevance of insurance mechanisms, as Musa has also pointed out, especially in terms of development of sovereign climate disaster risk financing, pooling initiatives like the Turkish Catastrophic Pool, the regional pools like the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, are also something which need to be considered. Coming to the Philippines, the ADB is now planning to put a city disaster insurance pool in place to ensure that the cities can buy insurance for protecting their assets. We are doing a provincial level study in Nepal to look at municipal level insurance to protect municipalities from their fiscal exposure after a shock. So possibly if governments are trying to protect the assets, lives, and incomes of their residents, something needs to be looked at. And looking more specifically from a social protection perspective, there is increasing recognition of insurance in anticipation and prevention to strengthen climate resilience. So it's not that insurance claims have to trigger only after a loss happens. They can also trigger before a loss happens so that people can be evacuated, and there is expenditure on loss minimization and loss prevention. And there are prominent examples here also. The R4 Rural Resilience Initiative in Africa of the World Food Program is a good example where they have tried to integrate existing government social safety nets with insurance. Salam Takaful in Pakistan itself is also doing parametric crop insurance pilots to promote resilience by reducing farmers' vulnerability to shocks. We need to understand more of these pilots in terms of how they can be replicated and scaled up and provide the necessary resilience to the population to manage these shocks.
Thanks, Arup. So I have 3 minutes left, so we could finish on time, or I can take one more question. I see a question, and yeah, please, just one. We'll take one final question, please.
Thank you very much. This is Michael McCord from the Microinsurance Center at Milliman. Hi, Arup, it's great to see you, and Agritosh too, great to see you. I appreciate very much the discussion that has moved now much more towards risk management and how we're not just looking at insurance, but we need more of the various risk management approaches. The prevention is critically important. Also, these pre-payment programs that we're starting to see that Arup just mentioned, where people are getting paid before the event actually happens so they can protect themselves. Agritosh, I have a question for you. You talked about index insurance, and almost all the time when I hear about index insurance, it's about how wonderful it is and how it's the super simple, easy way to deal with these risks. what I don't hear very much, and we've done a good deal of research on this too, is the problem of what is called basis risk, which in many ways is actually technological risk. Can you talk a little bit about that and why we need to be analyzing more these index solutions?
Agritosh, did you catch that? Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question, and it's a frequently asked question as well. I mean, yeah, I think definitely basis risk is, I think it's very much relevant for any kind of investment product. So it's something which should be kept in mind. I think what's important is to really identify the reasons behind basis risk, and then of course look at ways of minimizing it. But then also maybe have the recognition or to identify the fact that you may not be able to completely eliminate it completely for any kind of investment product. But I mean, on the technical side, there are things like looking at. I mean, there are many sort of low-hanging fruits as it were on ways of managing basis risk, like knowing where funds are located. That's a very simple fact, but a very simple thing. But in many of the schemes, the insurer doesn't really know where funds are located, so they're just guessing that they reference points close to farmers and so on. Having better data sets, doing assessment of the skill of satellite data, what we were talking about earlier. So those are some of the ways of addressing basis risk, but also beyond that, also looking at there was this big commercial aspect of it, right? Because as we know, I mean, if you have a product that's priced adequately, then basis risk can be reduced to a large extent. But in many cases, there are very strong pressures on the pricing to make the product affordable or to have the product at a certain level that is acceptable for the aggregator and so on. And that's also understandable, but that leads to higher basis risk as well. So I think it's important to identify what is basis risk, define it, and then look at ways of managing it. But then also recognize that in certain products there will be basis risk because of the nature of the product itself. So definitely, I think it's something which is worth looking at more, and also looking at ways of potentially reducing. I mean, one of the other ways of reducing is this concept of having hybrid structures. So combining different indices, or even combining elements of index and indemnity, which is also being tried out in some countries. So yeah, I would say those are some of the ways of looking into basis risk.
Thanks. Great question. And I think it's a nice. We talk about awareness of insurance products, but there's also the awareness of the technology that underlines it. And certainly, I've seen experience in other sectors where acceptance of the results of a satellite analysis isn't always as easy as you'd hope. So I'll stop there. It says that my time is up, and
Nathan, can we have one more question, please? Very quick. Rehan here on your left.
So where are you? Oh, Rehan, I recognize the voice, but okay.
Sorry for butting in. Just a quick one, right? So, crop insurance, disaster insurance, right? So we have state. I mean, I have studied several models, and I'm a student of that subject. Either way, either state is responsible to pay for post-disaster recovery, or state sponsors the reinsurance or the insurance premium. Do we have, and at times you will wonder that, maybe actually maybe I'm going to say something very controversial. Maybe self-insurance is a better option commercially. They may end up, because disasters are once in a mega disaster, once in a decade event. So maybe they are better off not insuring. But I'm saying we understand that, but I'm not supporting that. Do we have an example from around the world where it's established that how long will it take for insurance to become more viable for a state to finance in as opposed to post-disaster recovery? I hope my question is clear.
Yes, I understood. Has anyone? Arup is grinning. Do you want to tackle that one, Arup?
Oh, okay. Well, not that I have an answer to the question. Well, insurance is something, as I mentioned, is not a panacea for all problems, and we have to look at a combination of instruments. And as I often say, the individual is at the front line of the disaster. Then comes the family, then the community, then the government and insurance companies or the private sector and then the government. So all have a real role to play, and at every level risk is being retained or shared. And only then risk is transferred to the insurance companies, and finally still there is a backstopping arrangement. In terms of who shares what, that is something we have to identify the sweet spot for different countries in different locations. It will depend on the growth trajectory and the level of affluence of the population. Everybody is insured. I think when we are talking of insurance, we are talking of how to what extent risk sharing and risk transfer can work effectively. Societies have been traditionally used or habituated to sharing risk, which are idiosyncratic in nature, and then they will continue to do, and self-insurance can be a good example. But for covariate risk or catastrophic risk, that risk sharing will not work, and we have to look at insurance and risk transfer mechanisms. Otherwise, it will be suicidal for the community and for the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Arup. So I think we may stop there. If I have permission to stop, please put my hand back to you. Thank you again to the panel. And perhaps maybe we can get a round of applause to the panel. Thanks very much.
Mr. Agrotosh Mukherjee and Mr. Roop Chatterjee for being with us online all this time. We are extremely thankful to you. We would have loved to have you here. Sir, the three of you were to be here, but unfortunately things didn't pan out the way we wanted to. But now I'd like to call Mr. Asad Ali Shah. We have the privilege of having him here to please come on stage to present the mementos to the panelists and moderator and the speakers of the event, of this session. And Mr. Musa and Agrotosh and Arup will have your sheets delivered to you, inshallah. Please, sir. Yes, please. Thank you, Shadi. Thank you. Thank you very much, and a huge round of applause for all of our panelists and speakers. Thank you so much for the online speakers as well, and we look forward to meeting you again very soon. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's been a long session, and we now break out for lunch and prayers break. So please help yourself, and I'll just request, it's a short one, but I'll just request that if you could please convene back at 2 p.m. so that we can reconvene on time and do what we are here for. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways